Maybe, we need to hear it. My uncle, yeah, this is, man, they're kind of cool now. If he can listen to music through it next to his phone, he can use it as a mic. It's like basically you're the next three. Well, we have three Germans. Everybody has a song. It's a song. Just was told which 3D responsible. One of them, the other one, sisters. Ministry of Preservation, but there was that veteran. Our county council was against it. I made a presentation. I said, come on, don't get coffee. Yeah, but I said, kind of agree. I've seen it. Yeah, we went for everything. So I'm back to that. And they actually go. Yeah, a lot of questions on, but it's the same. It's against the same development, which. Should ask for.
All right, welcome everybody. I'll call our meeting to order here this morning, September 4th of this year. I believe Councillor John is on to do the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. As we gather, we recognize and acknowledge the traditional keepers of this land with whom we share today. The Township of Southgate is a part of the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Six Nation of the Grand River, Saugeen and Ojibwe Nation, Haudenosaunee and Saugeen Métis. The land that surrounds us is a part of who we are as it reflects our histories. May we live in peace and friendship with all its diverse people. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Madam Clerk, is there anybody registered to open forum this morning?
None today, Mayor.
Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. Would someone care to move that? Jason and Martin, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest related to any item on today's agenda? Barb.
Good morning, council and guests and staff. I will be declaring a conflict of interest with item closed session 14.1. And it's on the previous advice of the Integrity Commissioner. I am declaring an interest respecting the above closed session matter as lands adjacent to my home have a nexus with the subject matter. I will not participate in any of council's discussions or vote on this matter.
Thank you. Jason.
I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest on 8.4.1 as the tender award is a family member.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
Yes.
Monica, go ahead.
Hi there. Good morning, everybody. I would like to declare a conflict of interest for the item with regards to 8.1.1 and 8.1.2. As I sit on the Southgate Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. So there'll be a conflict there, and I will not be participating in any of the discussions and will be recusing myself.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will remind members that if one does arise during the course of the meeting, they can declare it at that time. Delegations and presentations. We have the representatives here this morning from the Mount Forest Aquatic Committee proposed outdoor pool project. That's quite a mouthful. Gentlemen, please, Al and Ray. Al's the spokesman. Good choice. Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank council and the clerk for giving us the opportunity to have a presentation. Does the clerk have a? You'll move forward as you go. Okay. Yes, I'm a member of the Mount Forest Aquatics Ad Hoc Advisory and Fundraising Committee, and that will not fit on a business card. Another member of our committee is Ray Tout, and he's with me today. And if there are any questions after he and I will gladly, hopefully be able to answer them for you. So as you can see, we are part of this committee, and the rest of our committee is a small committee. Our chair is Councillor Sherry Burke from North Wellington, and we have a small committee moving this project forward. Next slide, please. So in 2018, the county of, or the municipality of Wellington North Recreation Plan identified that we needed a new pool in Mount Forest. The current Lions Roy Grant pool, which is now closed, has been repaired time and time again. And it was seemed to me, to us, good money being thrown after bad money. And it was recently closed a couple of years ago by Ministry of Health until further upgrades were made to the pool. Does not meet current 2024 provincial accessibility standard, and further upgrades would be really expensive. It's not in the most ideal location as well. So council, in conjunction with the advisory ad hoc committee, felt it was not prudent for us to move forward to spend further dollars on repairing this pool, and that we'd take a look at proceeding to look at a new pool opportunity. And there's some further information on there. So our goals is we've already had the design completed, an estimated cost of just over $5 million. Yes, a high figure, but you'll see some of the comparables that were there from other municipalities that are in the same situation of trying to prepare their, or trying to build or repair their pools. So we are looking at a new pool. Location of our new pool is over by our Sportsplex. Those of you familiar with Mount Forest area. It's right adjacent to our parking lot, so that provides us with greater opportunity. Where the current pool is, there's absolutely no parking available. It's a very tiny space. So next slide, please. Pool is going to provide a number of opportunities. There's accessible entry, a lap swimming pool, diving area, kids play area, opportunity for swim lessons, aquatic classes, and there's shaded area inside the pool for observation and also viewing area outside the pool. And the new bathhouse will be fully accessible, and that will have showers, and it will house the lifeguarding opportunities as well. So next slide, please. And yes, this will be a short presentation. It's a great way for people to become involved. When I was growing up in elementary school, and yes, that was a long, long time ago, we had the opportunity to have a YMCA in our town, which allowed opportunities for swimming lessons. And we had an outdoor pool in our community. And I know I spent pretty well every day in my childhood at that outdoor pool for a number of reasons. I got an opportunity to meet friends on a daily basis. And it taught me a little bit about safety of water, the dangers of being around water. And that imprinted itself on me as I grew up, and having the ability to be able to swim and feel comfortable and know the limitations of others around me really helped me as I was growing up in my life. So, I realized the benefit. Also, and I hate to keep digressing, but in my career, I've managed many parks, campgrounds, recreational facilities, and many swimming opportunities in my career. And I've had the opportunity to see the joy of adults and kids coming out and experience the swimming opportunity, let alone the opportunity for young people to serve as lifeguards, an opportunity for employment, and sometimes to pursue a career in their lives by registering as full-fledged lifeguards. And all that is enveloped with it. I know when I was in the Toronto area, we had 5 swimming operations, and some of our staff participated in the Ironman competition up at Wasaga Beach years ago. And that was sort of a highlight of their career to be able to move forward like that. So thank you for that. I digress, but next slide, please. So it provides physical opportunities for physical health, safe and constructive activities for youth, and increasing local business. One of the advantages of this new pool compared to the old pool, where when we flushed the old pool, it went down into the sewer system. This new pool will have a recycling system in it, and you can see the benefits of recycling the pool. Most of the pools that I managed, and I had the opportunity of managing 3 of the largest outdoor pools in Ontario, and being able to recirculate that water with over 1 million gallons in a pool was quite a expense saving. So next slide, please. We know that schools, medical facilities, I'm going to read this out loud for you. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to see this. But parks, playgrounds, and other recreational opportunities support and attract people in our communities. And both our communities here in the Southgate area and Wellington North are expanding at a rapid rate right now. And swimming facility is part of this recreational opportunity. It's an important part of the mix, as is the pool in Dundalk. And I was in Dundalk just the other day and I was marveling at the crystal clear water in the pool, as I didn't realize you had a little campground there as well. Never had an opportunity to manage that one. Anyways, a new pool in Mount Forest will serve as part of the Southgate Township, especially the Holstein and Cedarville areas. And we pulled up a little statistic. Historically, between 50 and 25% of the registrants for our swimming lessons at our former Roy Grant Pool in Mount Forest were from the Township of Southgate. Next slide, please. Here are some of the recognition levels that have been designated for the pool. And there's many more, but starting at $2,500 right up to Mayor Milne's donation of $500,000. He wishes to have his name on the pool. And that's good there for Mayor for 20 years if you get your name there, and we will accept a check today. There's numerous other opportunities along the way. Oh, you're writing it now?
Yeah.
Numerous other opportunities, for recognition. If you want to move to the next slide. These are just some of the other examples, smaller opportunity, umbrellas, lifeguard chairs, diving boards. You can have your name on some of these facilities. And it just doesn't take municipalities, service clubs, or organizations or businesses. Individuals can also make a donation, and they are tax receivable by the municipality, as you are aware. So any donations over $2,500 are eligible for a receipt. Donations greater of $10,000 can be made over a period of 3 years, and it's identified there. And checks are made out to Wellington North. Any donations greater than $1,000 are eligible for public recognition. And as I indicated, individual donations are also accepted. Next slide, please. So our campaign, the pool cost is around $5.3 million. Our campaign for our committee is $2.5 million. We can put the shovel in the ground at 1.5. We currently have pledged funds of $250,000 towards this particular project. We're not expecting council to make a decision today, but we hope that this is the most exciting presentation you'll have all day long. But we hope you'll consider a future donation, one of recognition towards this pool. Are there any questions of Ray or I on this particular project? We're kind of excited to move this project forward.
Well, thank you for your presentation, Al. And I can attest that in the past, there have been lifeguards that have been able to teach a stone to float, because that's where I learned to swim, was at the former Al, or the pool in Mount Forest. So questions, Barb? Yeah, no, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, and welcome. Nice to see you both. I did have a couple of questions. 15 to 25% of the registrations are from Southgate, so a quarter of the individuals. Is there an option to pay it over a longer period than 3 years? So you're asking for a check today and then 2 additional installments in 25 and 26.
I would have to go back to council, Deputy Mayor, if that's to be extended.
Mhm.
But that's our timeline right now. Other organizations such as service clubs, and we've made presentations at a number of service
Is
organizations.
it point of privilege? Point of privilege. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Is it possible to speak into the mic, sir? I really want to hear what you have to say. Sorry about that. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, I lost my train of thought.
Brian was giving you a 5 minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Sorry, the question again, Deputy.
Sorry, Al, if you could just move up to the microphone as
sorry.
well so that Councillor Singh Source can hear you and it can be recorded properly.
Yeah. Okay,
My question was,
I got it now. I remember. Thank you. We made a number of presentations to service organizations. They have an opportunity to go 5 years. If Southgate wished to make a donation beyond the 3-year period, I'd have to go back to Wellington North Council to get approval for that. But that is our timeline right now. So.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I would like to propose an amendment, but we don't have anything on the floor yet, so I'll wait.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Martin, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. 250,000 to date. When did you start the campaign? I know we saw something about it quite a while ago, but the actual campaign, is it?
Yeah, we didn't start sort of hitting the pavement until, what was it, May, right? About May. We are a little bit behind where we wanted to be, most definitely. Summertime made it difficult to reach a lot of the service organizations, legions, et cetera. A lot of them don't meet in the summertime, but we've already made our presentations and we're hoping that we'll now hear back from them now that the fall period has started. So,
Thank you all.
and we'll be launching a larger corporate campaign sort of after this presentation.
Jim?
Yeah, same thing. My kids, they've used the Mount Forest pool. Question I was wondering is, what is the price to go to an indoor pool? Because I believe what is about 2.5 months of the year, and that's a lot of money for 2.5 months.
We get that question quite a bit. And you're going to be looking well over 11 million to go to an indoor pool. I know a lot of people, I've talked to municipalities like Hanover and Fergus and Owen Sound. Fergus and Hanover will tell you right off the bat, if OLG doesn't come up with their money each year, that pool's closed. That's what they thrive on for the operations. The other problem was not only the $11 million to put in an indoor pool, but then when you have an indoor pool, hypothetically, if you have to have a lifeguard for 25 people, we have to employ 4 full-time lifeguards all day, because the potential of having that 100 people could be at any time.
Yeah.
So then it becomes a white elephant, a liability to the taxpayer, right? Recreation never makes any municipality money, as you will know.
Yeah.
But it's a given if you want to attract people into your community for growth. So that's the difference. You're looking almost well over 2 and double the price just to go indoor, and then it's higher maintenance, etc.
Okay.
Martin?
Piggybacking on that with the OLG, then would they be a possible sponsor for outdoor pools or Trillium or whatever that?
Yeah, that's again, as you will well know, it's also timing. So we are looking at Trillium, OLG as well, to put in a grant application, where with OLG in Hanover and Fergus, they give an annual donation out of their profits to maintain and keep. But as far as, by all means, they're on our bucket list.
Thank you.
Thank you,
If I
Martin.
may, with a Trillium grant, it's a time sensitive item. Money would have to be spent in a year. We don't expect the shovel to go in the ground that earlier, so that we can't apply because we can't afford to spend the money. And also, as a little bit further, what Ray was saying with an indoor pool, 365 days a year maintenance and expense. You can't get away from it when you've got an indoor pool, so it's an ongoing cost.
Jason?
So I just forget, I've been following in the papers and stuff. Has council committed half the money, was it? Or I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah,
And what's your timeline on?
Council has committed 2.8 million dollars over a 5-year period. And that's being done through a tax base. I think it's $60 a year for the municipality of Wellington North right now. And that's being put in over a 5-year period. So basically half and half. Our committee is responsible for roughly 50%.
So have they given you a timeline to raise that money? I'm just curious.
Sooner we raise it,
Maybe I
the sooner
read it.
the shovel goes in the ground.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion to receive the presentation. Barb?
Can we have a motion to put it on the floor first? Yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Martin, thank you. Barb?
So I'd like to receive it for information and refer it to staff to come back with some options through our budget process for 2025 based on a 5-year installment. If we can pursue all of those options, perhaps in consultation with Wellington North, we can find out all of that information, and then we would be able to make a better decision as to the level of contribution. I am supportive. We supported the Mount Forest Sports Complex over a 10-year period. It was a little bit more, but who knows? So thank you. That is my motion is to refer to staff for the 2025 budget consideration.
Seconder still okay with that?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time this morning. Take care. Okay, the next delegation we have this morning is regarding Dundalk Water and Sanitary Servicing Strategy, Dustin Little and Lytle. You know, I don't think I've ever asked you how you pronounce your last name.
Lytle.
Lytle, okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I apologize. Dustin Lytle and Ray Kurtz. I think I got that one right. So welcome, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
All right, everybody hear me?
Maybe I'll ask for a motion to receive the report first.
Yeah.
Okay, Martin, thank you. Second
it's
by
okay.
Jim. Go ahead, Dustin.
Okay, well, so thank you, council, for asking us to come speak about this today. This servicing strategy is years of work and study that has gone into this. And so it's exciting actually to stand here before you and provide you a summary of what we've sort of found and what we've produced. As Mayor Brian said, my name's Dustin Lytle. I'm with Triton Engineering, and we've been working with the Township of South Cape for many, many years. Forever, yeah. So if you just want to move to the next slide. So I'll give a brief overview of what the servicing strategy is and what we looked at. A servicing strategy in this sense is a bit of a roadmap for the township and how they can service the growth that is coming your way. And it provides us with some high level overview of how much, what your population growth will be, and then how your sanitary sewers, your water mains, and your water towers, your supply wells, and your sewage treatment systems are going to treat that. And so when we're looking at growth, there's two ways we look at it. There's one that is the population of the community as a whole. So that is just, the number that you see on the sign when you drive into town. And then the other way you look at it is the areas all around town and how they will develop. And so when you're assessing your ability to service the growth as a whole, you're looking at systems that we refer to as vertical infrastructure. So that's municipal supply wells, water towers, and wastewater treatment. And when you're looking at how you're going to service the various development areas around town, we refer to that as horizontal infrastructure. So that's when you're sizing water mains, you're sizing sanitary sewers. We want to go to the next slide for it. So this first table that we're seeing here is looking at growth of the community as a whole. And so there's a couple of things you need to consider when we're looking at that. You can't just look at your residential population. You have to consider the needs of your employment growth. So as your community grows, you can certainly expect that your employment is also going to increase. So the first few columns of that table, we're looking at the industrial, commercial, and institutional growth areas. And then what we do is we convert that into an expected need in terms of water demand. And these are just based off of ministry guideline values. And then we convert that into an equivalent population. And this gives us a nice tangible number when we're sizing various infrastructures. So the population growth that's shown here is based off of some numbers that we've received from Watson and Associates, who are working on your development charges background study. And they're getting those numbers through various planning documents, working with the county, the planners, all the stakeholders looking at what the expected population growth will be. And so there's some numbers here that are fairly stark. If you're looking at the 2024 population, we've got about, just under 4,000 people that we service. And then by the year 2046, we're looking at an equivalent population of about 14,513. So that's a fairly significant increase. If we discount the equivalent population that we've accounted for employment, they're looking at about 10,000 people. So that's the number that, we expect might be on the sign as you drive into town in the year 2046, about 10,000 residents. So yeah, perfect. So moving on to the other way that we look at growth, and this is using your land use projections. So this colorful map here is looking at all the lands around Dundalk. Some are owned by known developers, some are owned by, not unknown developers. We don't know exactly when or how it's going to develop. In most of these cases, the ones that are further out, we don't have a great sense of exactly how many houses or exactly what's going to go there. We make some predictions in order to size infrastructure accordingly. But what's important about this map is we don't use the numbers that are shown here or the growth that's shown here to size the wells, the water storage, or the wastewater treatment. This is more important when we're sizing the water mains and the sanitary sewers that are going to reach out to these areas and service them. And what's really important about that is while you're rebuilding a road, let's say in town, you want to make sure that the water main or the sanitary sewer that you put in the ground that's going to last 100 years is appropriately sized to service these lands that are, maybe 50 years out from being developed. We can move on to the next slide now. And so sort of tying that map to some years, we kind of divvy up the land areas into certain stages. And this is just a prediction of when and how we think these land areas will develop moving forward. And what's kind of interesting about this is, through conversations with various landowners, planners, we figure that actually all the lands that are shown on that map will probably be developed before the end of the planning period that's in the DC study, so likely 2035. Doesn't really change a lot in terms of the findings of this report, just something to be aware of anyway. Next slide. So now sort of diving into the Dundalk water system, as some of you may or may not know. So Dundalk water system has a nice fancy new tower we're also proud of. We've got 3 supply wells. We refer to these as D3, D4, D5. They're varying ages, D5 being the newest, D3 being the oldest. And those are sort of the vertical infrastructure that I was talking about earlier. And those are the systems that supply the community as a whole. And then the Dundalk water system has a distribution network that feeds into all of the existing residents and eventually into the future. Go to the next slide now. So if we're looking at the water supply needs, and what this is about is how much water can we get out of the ground to supply our residents. And there's a few key aspects of this that I'll touch on. One of them is when you're determining how much water you have to supply the community, you can't look at as if all the wells that we have are putting out their absolute most capacity, because then you'll end up with everybody relying on every drop of water that comes out of that well. And if any of those wells goes down for any number of reasons, wells become contaminated, wells collapse, there could be major mechanical issues, whatever the case may be. Suddenly you won't have enough water to supply your community. And so we do a thing called firm reserve capacity calculations. You guys receive the reserve capacity calculations every year, so you have some familiarity with this. But what's important about this is if the highest production well goes down for some reason or another, we will still have enough water to supply the community with safe drinking water. The name of the game being access to safe drinking water for your residents. So that's what this chart and this graph is showing us here is it's based off firm capacity, and using that calculation method I just described, we'll be at capacity by the year 2035. And so establishing a new supply well is a lengthy process. You have to do, quite a few hydrological studies, testings. You want to establish locations that make sense to fit into the system, that are, somewhere. You don't want to have your supply well way out of town, because then you've got to run a bunch of main to get it into town. You want to kind of keep it in close, but you also don't want to have your well, right next to an industrial site, for example, just due to some constraints you might face with as it relates to source water protection. So, we suggest that we start talking about finding another well, because we're going to need it in under 10 years. And we definitely want to be well ahead of that. No pun intended there.
Saw what you did there. Don't give up your day job.
Yeah. Anyway, so moving on. So that's sort of the recommendation in there, is that we start talking about where the next well is going to be. Because we also want to make sure that as lands develop, we don't accidentally build a house on top of a site that would have been perfect for a well. So now talking about water storage. So thankfully, even with these new growth numbers, our nice new tower is appropriately sized. We're good to beyond the year 2046 as it relates to storage. And that's definitely a good thing. Now, that doesn't mean that that's not going to change, you know. The thing about these servicing strategies and all this stuff is you've got to keep, it's a living document. We need to update it, you know, fairly regularly. You know, the way growth happens in Dundalk, might even need to do it more than once a year. Like, it's, you know, just to make sure we're staying ahead of this. But as I'd said, you know, in 2046, we've still got some surplus storage. That's not to say, again, in the future, we probably will need another tower, well in the future, but, and that's not unheard of. You know, a community of over 10,000 people definitely should have more than one water tower. There's operational flexibility. That's a nice luxury to have when you get more towers as well. Moving on to the next one there, I think. So this figure here, which is a little blurry in this, but if you're looking at the actual report, you'll see that what this is looking at where we need to upgrade or extend water mains to service development. And Triton maintains and operates a model of the Dundalk water system. And this is, it's almost like a video game. It's got all the water mains all around town throughout it. We've got the sizes, we've got the materials, we've got the depths. And where this is really useful is we're able to, you know, grab onto a water main and apply an expected demand and see how the system responds in terms of, you know, where water mains may be undersized, where water mains may, really size is the big one that we look at when we're doing that. And so, for example, right now, Victoria Street being rebuilt, you know, we've upsized some water main through there, and that was based off of our predictions that we make for now and for the future growth of the town. There's a list within the servicing strategy that lists all these projects and the recommended upgrades and expansions that then will probably be tied into the DC study that's also underway. And that will be very useful because that's when we can start making cost estimates to do this. And this is to help ensure that growth supports growth. Okay, now we're good. Moving on to the sanitary system. So Dundalk, as mostly everybody knows, we've got a nice big wastewater treatment facility, the lagoons. We've got, you know, sanitary sewers throughout town. We have one sewage pumping station that is not within the wastewater treatment facility. And that's within Flatto's phase 10, south side of town there. I think actually some of you got to do a tour of that a while ago. No? Anyway, doesn't matter. So let's move on to the next slide. So if we're looking at the sanitary treatment needs, so that's the wastewater treatment facility. As you all know, we've been working on expanding that treatment plant. That municipal class EA has come to a close now. And so we're going to be moving ahead with that phase 1 expansion in the very near future, you know, shovels in the ground next year. And that first phase of the expansion will take us from a treatment capacity of 1,832 meters cubed a day to 3,025 meters cubed a day. And when I'm talking about meters cubed, what I'm talking about is the average day flow from the community that needs to be treated to certain levels that the ministry has dictated to us. And then we originally were pushing towards doing a phased approach. The ministry has come back and said that they would like us to only apply for the phase 1, which is the 3,025 meters cubed. Any future expansion beyond that, they would like us to reapply and go through the process at that time. Which is not unreasonable given the 65% increase that we're asking for at this point, and all the technology that we're going to implement. So looking at the graph, we can see the orange is the existing plant. We would be out of capacity at the existing plant, unupgraded, by the year, what is that? I think 2029. Obviously, we're staying way ahead of that. We want to get this first phase underway, which should take us to about the year 2039. So a few years ahead of that, we'll want to start looking at the next phase and what we need to do to satisfy ministry requirements, to meet the effluent criteria and whatever it is that we need to do to meet the next stage. Now that what's shown on this chart here is 4,200 meters cubed for the future expansion. If we find that, growth is happening faster than we even predict within the servicing strategy, that number can change and we can change our approach in how we're going to go into the next stage. Okay. So yeah, just kind of circling back into the sewage pumping stations. As I'd said, Dundalk has one sewage pumping station that is not within the wastewater treatment plant. There will be more. So where this kind of comes into play is when you've got a land area, development area that is lower than the sanitary sewer that is leading up to it, you've got to get your sewage up to that sewer. And that's where your sewage pumping stations come into play. There's many areas around town now that are likely going to need sewage pumping stations. So, sewage pumping stations are definitely great tools to do that, but they have their operational complexities. It's a lot more work for Jim and his team to operate these things, maintenance. There's a lot that goes into these. A good example of one that's definitely going to be needed is out at Eco Park Phase 2. And then I believe part of the Ida Street subdivision on the west side of town is also going to need one there as well. So there's more coming. So then finally, moving on to the sanitary conveyance. So that's just sanitary sewers. Similarly to the water system, Triton has a working model of the sanitary system within Dundalk. And again, what we'll do is we'll look at a land development area that's coming in and we'll plunk in the expected predicted sanitary flow from that development area and see how the system responds. And this servicing strategy has identified areas of town that we feel that sanitary sewers should be upsized in order to ensure we can convey the sewage from the future development areas, and as well as identifying some extensions that will obviously be needed to service these future lands. And again, there's a nice chart sort of lists within the servicing strategy itself that lists these expected projects. And again, we'll tie into the DC study and make sure that, we're accounting for these as we look at what is needed in the future as it relates to funding for these projects. And that's it. If anybody has any questions, I'm certainly here to answer. And if it's above my head, then Ray can step in.
Okay, thank you, Dustin. Joan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dustin. I know you touched on Victoria Street a little bit, so that's what prompted my question. And I know you're currently working on it, and I should say it looks great because I have to go through there, even though you guys put me outside, I couldn't get in, but that's fine. So you're saying that it's being developed up until 2046, so you don't have to pull that street again based on your development?
We shouldn't have to pull it in terms of to do infrastructure. 2046, how many years is that? The road should last that long. So no, we shouldn't have to do anything with it. Yeah. Unless something major comes to town and we need to upgrade beyond what's considered in the servicing strategy. Yeah.
Thank you, Dustin. Martin, go ahead, please.
Good morning. With the 2034, there's 144 ERUs. So that's getting to the point where we have to change over. When do you think we should start looking to actually look for a place for that well? 2026?
Yeah, 2025 even, we'll start talking about where it should go. You can do what's called a tabletop exercise. And that's sort of looking at the hydrogeological profile around Dundalk, and somebody, a hydrogeologist can kind of identify what would be a good location for a well. And that will help us make sure that we're not building houses on top of it or whatever the case may be. When do we initiate the actual, approval processes, the municipal class EA, or whatever it is we need to do? That would be 2026, maybe 2027, giving us a few years advance time. Yeah.
And with that, then every well is going into the aquifer. So it could be outside of town a little bit.
It could be. It depends on what the hydrogeological profile looks like for the community. I think, the one when it was D5 was established, I want to say 2017, 2018. And that there was they did look a little bit beyond, and we have some idea already of where we think it might be, and it's not that far out of town. Yeah.
I have one more, but if anybody else has.
Oh, carry on.
Okay. On table 8.6, the expected growth reserve capacity, is there going to be a point, maybe Jim can answer this too, is there going to be a point where the lagoon's going to be redundant for all the growth and we have to look for an actual sewage treatment plant? That's a long way away, but
yeah,
that's always.
It's always a consideration for sure. We've worked hard to retain these lagoons, looked into all the treatment options that are available. The lagoons are a great tool. They buffer peaks really well. You're utilizing the environment to do your sewage treatment, but they do have their limitations. I mean, I've never seen a lagoon treat 10,000 cubes a day, but we're pretty far from that. And the other thing that's happening too in the industry is there's all kinds of treatment advancement that allows us to keep using the lagoons. So what I would say, my response on that would be, I can't imagine us ever mothballing the lagoons as a whole. I could imagine us needing to add fairly substantial treatment at the back end. But as the lagoons, as it relates to them as a whole, I would like to keep them. I think that would be the wisest choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Barb, go ahead.
Thank you.
And then I have Monica next.
Thank you, through you. And I just have a couple. Martin already spoke about the sewage treatment plant. How do additional residential units fit into this, where people are buying up lots that had a single family dwelling and now are putting on multiple residential units? They are also as of right, the up to 3 residential units per lot. How is that factored into our reserve capacity is my first question.
Yeah, for sure. So the density we refer to as the density of people per unit has gone up. We don't predict that value as the municipal engineers. We get that from the planners. And so Watson recently gave us a higher value. So now we're looking at, that number is definitely creeping up, and so that number is accounted for when we make the prediction of the population.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is accounted for. There's the average, we use an average value, an average people per unit value.
And that average unit per people, it's, there's multiple people, there's more people living in a household now.
Mhm.
For lack of,
Yeah,
other
absolutely.
kinds of housing where children are staying longer or coming home or parents are living. So does that factor in? Whereas it used to be, 5 people per household, now you might have 8.
Yeah, the value that we've used or been told to use is actually 2.7 people per unit. We don't have as the engineers, a mechanism to use a different value other than what we're being told by the planners. I expect that number will probably continue to rise, but that's what we have. The thing to keep in mind is there's a lot of safeguards already built into the way that we size this infrastructure. For example, your sanitary sewers, you don't design a sanitary sewer for 100% capacity, right? So if we're looking at putting a 10-inch sewer in the ground, we're not designing that so it's lapping at the top. It's got some space in it. You also include, peaking factors, which then allow for some, again, for some leeway there. And then, kind of offsetting all that as well is these new houses. We've done some flow monitoring and studies and found that, these new houses are not contributing the sewage or the water demand that the older houses are. Numbers that are staggeringly low, despite the fact that there's more people in them. And this can be chalked up to, people trying to save money on water usage. So they're not watering their lawns. They're not, just letting the tap run. And then the high efficiency appliances, all these low flow toilets, high efficiency washing machines, and so on and so forth. So everything is kind of, despite that person per unit value may seem low, the calculation methods do account for some of that. So we don't use these extremely low per person values when we're making the predictions moving forward. We like to use numbers that give us some leeway, give us some buffer.
Ray, did you want to add something there? Maybe just come up to the microphone, please.
The other item when you were talking about not necessarily the people per unit, but intensification. Usually we make an allowance in our model for intensification, a certain percentage or whatever, because we recognize when you have these big lots in town that, eventually if the house gets taken down, they're not being replaced with one house. There, could be multiple or whatever. So we include, now I'm not sure whether we actually do that for sewage treatment and supply, but I know when we're looking at the modeling of sewers and that sort of stuff, we'll add in sort of an intensification, and whether that's 10% or 20% or whatever, we'll talk to planners about that. But it at least gives us some recognition that this is actually happening in the real world, that these big lots are getting converted over to something else. So.
Very good. Thank you.
I have two more, but I'll wave to Monica and I can come back.
Okay, Monica, please.
Hi, thank you so much. And really great to see Triton Engineering always. Definitely when we're looking at technical aspects and also tied in with infrastructure growth, having you here really is important. So nice to see you again, Dustin and Ray. My question is more focused on development impact. And can you help to explain how the water and sanitary system strategy will support ongoing and future developments, particularly in light of Dundalk's rapid growth? For example, how will the proposed upgrades impact the McDonald's construction, new schools, senior housing projects? I know we've had discussions so far to that point, but just specific to the developmental impact. And I understand that there was a mention of a deficit possibly. Just have my notes here. Table 8.6, where it says the projections indicate by 2034 that there could be possible for deficit. So just with all of that in mind, and we do have another delegation after that touches on this, so I thought it would be a good question to see if you can help to answer that beforehand.
Yeah, for sure. So we're looking at table 8.6, for example, that deficit that you're seeing at 2034 is if we didn't upgrade the wastewater treatment facility.
Okay.
Plans are already in place to upgrade that wastewater treatment facility. And so that's the next few columns over. When we upgrade this sewage treatment facility to the 3,025 meters cubed of treatment capacity, we're not seeing a deficit until probably about 2039. And well in advance of that, this servicing strategy has identified that we will need to look at moving forward with the next stage of expansion at that time. So when we're talking about, all this development that's happening, the McDonald's, whatever other commercial lands, those are all considered and accounted for within the growth that we've allowed for, and that we have assessed all of the infrastructure and its ability to service that. The implementation of these various things that are needed to service that growth, they need to be done in a separate, through their own approval processes. Case in point would be the wastewater treatment plant. It needed to go through a municipal class EA that was then used to develop the detailed design that we're working through right now. And then that will then, be tendered and go to construction next year. So same thing when we're talking about supply. This servicing strategy has identified when we think we're going to be out of supply. And we want to make sure that we do the right things well in advance of when that supply capacity will be met.
Just a follow-up comment, Chair. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Dustin, did I interrupt you? I apologize.
No.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for that answer. And just a quick comment that I can, certainly appreciate that when we're looking at overall strategy, and balancing the needs for new residents, business, industrial stakeholders, and maintaining service quality. And that's what everything really is coming down to. So with the water treatment plant, I always say one of the things that you mentioned was that if everything's running well and it's, our pipes are underneath the ground, then things are going well. It's only when there's issues that it's kind of talked about. So I do appreciate seeing you guys and giving an update, and looking forward to future presentations and other reports like you just mentioned. That would have to be done in its own right, but thank you for that.
Welcome.
Thank you, Monica. Barb, you have another question?
Sorry, I hadn't turned my microphone off. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Milne. You touched on this with regard to well 6, a future location. And if I recall, and this may be more for Jim Ellis, at the time that I can't remember if it was a well or if it was a water tower that we included in the EA for the last water tower. Can one of you speak to that? How far did we go? You said you alluded to the fact that we might have a location, might be just outside of town. Does it have to be do we have to own the land? And how does that all work?
Do you want me to take it?
In 100 words or less.
So simply the EA that was done for well D5, it included the tower. So I think that's probably what you're referring to. We didn't establish, where exactly the next well will go. But we have enough background information that, a hydrogeological expert would be able to make that high level, what I was calling a tabletop exercise, to sort of pinpoint where they think that well should go. And we had some preliminary discussions just about that, years ago. Again, that would have to be revisited. So that's, certainly something that I think would suggest be done in the next year or two. As it relates to whether or not the township owns the land, I would say yes. I've never seen a well not on township owned land, but there you go. Great house. Yeah.
If you're Hydro-G guy, if he, identifies certain areas or whatever, then your next step would probably go to do some sort of a test well on the property. So even if the property isn't owned by the municipality, typically they'd be allowed to do a test well on it and do some testing on it. Before you do that, obviously you want to talk to the owner and make sure that they're, in agreement with establishing a well eventually, or else you're kind of wasting your time. But yeah, I think eventually, as long as, it doesn't have to be municipally owned land at this point in time. But obviously at some point in time, you're going to want to have the option to purchase it. So you want to have that discussion early on, so you're not wasting your, time and money doing testing on lands that you can't get a hold of. So.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So yes, so if we don't own the land and we discover that that's where the well would go, I'm sure the price of real estate would escalate significantly. The only other question I had was about population. And you indicated by 2024, 10,032, not including the industrial, which was about 14,000. That's just for Dundalk, correct?
Correct.
That's just on municipal services.
That's just service people.
So by 2044, the population of Dundalk will have surpassed the entire population of Southgate today. Wow.
Yep, that's what I mean. Stark values. I think it was 2046 is what's been predicted at this point for the 10,000 people. Yeah.
Very good. Jim, you want to add something?
Yeah, good morning, good people. Just to piggyback on some of those comments. Well, D5, when we initiated that EA, we didn't own that property. Flato Developments did. We worked in conjunction securing those lands. So that's typical, and that will happen again in the future. We'll be in an area. We want to concentrate putting a well siting, in my mind, with being the risk management official in a residential area as opposed to industrial, because then you run into all kinds of possibly prohibitions or risk management plans or whatever. So, and just, you know, we are using this document currently. We have been, most recently, it got identified here late in the Victoria Street project that the best thing to do for bringing the sanitary sewer from the north down would be to bring it into Osprey Street. So, you know, that was a change order that we implemented with the Victoria Street project to stub that sanitary sewer out of the intersection, so we didn't have to get back into the intersection for the future. So, you know, these are great tools, and we are using them today, so.
Thank you, Jim. Jason, did you have something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's maybe off base a little bit. When it comes to the ministry, we're talking about water. Everybody's always worried about the environment and stuff. Do they ever put a limit on water? Like, I know you do your studies and stuff, but like this area, maybe we shouldn't do this, or like, just kind of curious that way.
Yeah, absolutely. The ministry has their hand in all of these things. So for example, when we established well D5, that aquifer does have capacity to supply maybe more, but the ministry limited how much we could take out of the ground there. They kind of just said, it may, the studies support that you could get more, but you don't need it. So that will limit it. And that's the other thing that will need to be discussed as we, you know, we'll start talking about supply needs. You know, we'll obviously reinitiate the ministry and talk about whether or not that's one of the avenues to increase our supply to the community.
Jim.
Yeah, and that is governed through your permit to take water. So that's where those numbers are coming. The ministry's involved in exactly what Dustin's saying.
All right. Barb.
Just to actually Councillor Rice's question, well D5 isn't our smallest well. And so even if we got permission to draw more water from the ministry, it wouldn't be calculated in the reserve capacity because we have to take the smaller well.
Yes, just one caveat. You discount your highest production. So you don't take your smallest, but you discount your highest. And so you are correct. That being said, you know, if I wouldn't say that we wouldn't go for that, just for that reason, right? Like we want to make sure we have that supply and the infrastructure is in place. So there's no reason you wouldn't try to get that amended in your permit to take water application.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, Dustin and Ray. We've had a really good discussion. Appreciate the presentation. Sorry? Oh, Ken, go ahead. Sorry, you had something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. The one thing I just wanted to go back to one of the Deputy Mayor's questions related to growth, and certainly the planning team here at Southgate recognizes that with the new provincial planning statement, how growth is being dealt with has changed once again. And we're working with the county to keep an eye on what that means for us in terms of growth. And I think the team from Triton recognizes that well, you've heard it said, we'll probably be revisiting this relatively quickly, probably every week. And at the rate it's going, hopefully not, but we're trying to stay on top of it as quickly as we can.
Very good. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. All right.
Very good.
Thank you, gentlemen. Again, I appreciate your time and your efforts this morning. Why don't we, I'm gonna ask if we can take a 5-minute recess. It's 10 o'clock. We've been at this for an hour, so let's recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 11 or 10.
We did not.
Did have a mover and seconder. Yes, we did. All right, all those in favor of receiving the report? All those in favor of receiving the report? That is carried. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the third delegation this morning from Flato Developments. We have President Shakir Rahmatullah. And from MHBC, we have Corey Chisholm and Brittany Robertson from Crozier here this morning. Welcome, folks. Appreciate you coming out this morning and your patience. We have had a busy morning so far. So, welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship, council members, staff members, and the members of public. My name is Shakir Rahmatullah. I'm with Flato Developments, and thank you for allowing us to be here this morning to basically provide an update on all the community work and the construction which is happening on various subdivisions in Dundalk. So I would just start by speaking about the number of homes we have completed. So in both the communities that we have under construction at the moment, Edgewood Greens and Carriage House, we have completed more or less 750 homes. Plus, we've been able to complete the Adel Lifestyle building, the purpose-built rental building, which has 80 apartments, which is a successful community, and people are living there now, and it's going great. And I'll just move on to the next slide. McDonald's, I'm sure you must have seen it. It's under construction. It's looking good. I was just there this morning. And we are working with McDonald's, and thanks to the town staff who has been working with us and the town consultants who've been really helping, supporting us in getting going to finish McDonald's, and the target timeline for them to open up is towards the end of the year. And it would be amazing to have McDonald's on the site. Not that we'll be able to go get our breakfast and lunch and stuff from there and coffee from there, but I personally believe that it's going to produce good jobs for the kids, especially for the younger generations. Something to add in the community, something to go to, and some place where people can go and work as well. Next slide, please. So next update I just want to give is our Glen Elk Phase 3 draft plan received the draft plan approval from the town and county, where we have set aside land for the Blue Water District School Board to come and build a school. We're very excited with that. We're looking to go to market with that development soon. We're currently working on our site alteration permit, and our engineering drawings are being worked on so that we can proceed with that development. And once again, we're very excited that with the support of the town and school board is very good to work with. We are going to be delivering, or eventually we're going to have the school site built in the Glen Elk Phase 3 subdivision. I'll also provide update on our Ida Street development. So we have the zoning approval there. We've submitted our draft plan application. We're working with our consultants and town staff, and our goal and target is to get the draft plan approval this year, so that next year we can start the site alteration works over there and go to market and get going with that corner. And we are blessed to have the town working with us, and eventually the town hall building is going to get built over there. So that would be amazing. So that would be the key feature of that community. So we're really looking forward to it with the town building plus the park feature that we're working with the town staff. I think that would be an awesome community to live in. Next slide, please. The next development that we're working on is the Eco Park development. The town has been working for many years on this bypass, and finally through this draft plan approval, we'll be able to build this Eco Parkway, which is going to have, and this community will have commercial at the front facing Highway 10. I know there were some comments I had seen when we were building McDonald's. Residents were asking us, are we going to have more commercial space, yes or no? And we had said, yes, there's more commercial coming. So more commercial will be along this strip, which is quite a large size of commercial development. And we are going to be announcing that very soon, that we're going to be going to market with it. Behind that, we're gonna have different type of housing types, plus a park, and then light industrial, where we are gonna be building our paper product conversion plant. And we've been working with the town staff and looking forward to getting going with this very soon as well. Next slide is the Edgewood Greens plan, which shows the trail system that we had designed, and we have been blessed to work with MHBC Planning and their landscape team, who has been great to work with, and Crozier Engineering, and they both are here. Corey Chisholm from MHBC and Brittany Robertson from Crozier, assisting me with this presentation. So this plan basically shows all the green areas are basically either they're green or park. I once again had received some comments from some people saying that when the parkland is going to get built, and my response to them was housing gets built first and then the parks will follow. And if you actually notice on the top in the middle, if you see, we have started building the parkland over there. So the top parkland that we have built has benches, sitting areas, naturalized features, a bridge, and we're coming from the top to down. We have also installed play structures in two different areas, one in the middle of the subdivision and one on the east side. And as development will continue, we're going to keep on building the trail system, and all the trails will get connected. And eventually we're going to have the 2 soccer fields. So as development is coming, I know it's a little bit slow and a little bit painful, but we are on the right track. We have made these commitments. We are working on them, and we're going to get them delivered. And the next slide is showing some of the pictures of the play structures that we have installed to date. And this is just a start. Work is going to continue. And last year we were working on them, and then we ran out of time because of the winter and the snow. This year we picked up speed, and then we're going to continue going. And our goal is to complete as fast as we can. And the next slide will show some more pictures of the parquet that I showed you on the plan on the very top, which has the benches and the sitting areas. So things are happening. This was not there, I think, a year ago or so, and now it's there, and slowly things are happening. Next slide, please. We also have a parkland planned in the Glen Elk Phase 1 community. We have awarded the contract, and we're looking to start the construction in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And our target completion date would be the end of this year. So we have completed all the homes over there. We've started the fine grading and sorting of the lots over there. And the next step is to complete all the landscaping there and to finish the park. I know, once again, it's taken a little bit of time, but we had to wait for all the homes to be done before we could finish the park. So now the time has come, and like I said before, we have awarded the contract, and we're looking to start construction the next 2 or 3 weeks. And in the next slide, we've just basically shown 2 home models, because I know this question has come up before, and I had said we're looking to propose starter homes, and we're looking to propose homes which average families can afford. Now that the mortgage interest rates have gone up so much, it's made it even more difficult. And things change so quickly. The construction cost has gone up so much more. Not just the lumber pricing, but everything related to construction has gone up. So we have to be creative. And then the province came up with the idea of having up to 3 homes or 3 dwelling units in one home. We've come up with this plan, which looks like a single detached homes, but technically it has 2 different dwelling units. So on one floor, on the first level, you have 1 house, and on the second floor, you have 2 homes. So the door that you see from the front, it looks like it's just 1 door, but the second door of the house, when you step on the porch, you look on your left, and that's where the second door is, and it could be seen on the next slide on the floor plan. So if you look at the slide on the left side, you see a door at the front and a door at the left. So basically the first door in front of you, you open it, you just go into the main floor, and that's your house, and your parking spot is there in the garage. And then the door on the left, you open that, you take the stairs up, and then takes you to the second floor of the house, and that's where your kitchen is, and your living, dining, and your bedrooms are. and has a separate parking spot within the garage. So both the homeowners would get one parking in the garage and one parking outside the garage. So this is one of the products we're working on with our architects and with our planners. And that's something we're looking to incorporate in Glen Elk Phase 3. I think this would we'll still have to test the market of how people would react to it and if people are liking it or not, but we think it's a good response to the market conditions that we are facing these days. We have to come up with a secondary income for the homeowners so that they can rent out the house, or if their in-laws or their parents or the kids want to live in the house while having their privacy, they can do that. Some people, finish the basement without getting a permit, so it's not meeting the fire rating codes and stuff. So this would allow, and this would permit. Once again, we have to follow all the guidelines by the province, which they have given the permissions for, I believe. Like I said, we're still working with the architects, but this would provide the safer, legal way of having 2 dwelling units in one home. And we're going to try on a few different lots. We're not going to have a lot of them. We're just going to sprinkle them around and see how people are reacting. And if people like it, they'll buy it. If they buy it, we'll build it. Otherwise, we're going to carry on with the standard single detached homes. Another different product that we are trying in other municipalities, including in Owen Sound, which has been very popular, and in Owen Sound, when we released the project over there, is back-to-back townhomes. So these are your townhomes basically almost cut in half, and so 2 stories, these are 3-story townhomes. So reduces the price for the purchasers. That's another way of us seeing what the first-time home buyers can afford, what could be a starter home for the first-time home buyer. And a young family wants to buy what they can afford based on the mortgage interest rates these days, especially. So this is just, I wanted to share it with council, with you guys, and this is the floor plan. It's a relatively small home compared to the one we had before. So these are the 2 different home products that we're trying, and we're going to see what the market is going to like. And this is the end of my presentation, but I requested the CEO to allow me to be here, and thank you, Your Worship, and council members for allowing me to be here in front of you. It's been a long time. I wanted to come in person, wanted to come and respond to you. I had been hearing different questions about McDonald's, about the seniors building, about parks and stuff. So I thought it would be a good idea to come in front of you, do a quick, simple presentation with our great team who's been helping and supporting us. And it was perfect timing that we had Triton with us. And it's been a pleasure working with Triton, because the way they are working, they're looking ahead, and that's the way it's supposed to be, so that we don't run into problems. Because when we're doing master planning over here, we don't want to be in a situation that we run out of water or sewage. So we're happy that the town has retained great engineers. We're going to continue working with the town staff and with Triton, and looking forward to continue our great working relationship. And I'm here, my team is here, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Appreciate your time and your folks being here this morning. It's certainly, it has been a little while, maybe too long since you've been here, but that's good. That's good that you're here. Are there any questions from council? Martin.
Good morning, Shakir.
Good morning.
Question about the pulp plant that you want to put in.
Yes, sir.
You described it before. You're not going to be using a lot more water than usual. You're bringing the stuff in, right? Could you explain the process? Because
Yes.
we were talking about water
Yes.
this morning. Thank
So
you.
we had just provided, I just provided the design to our how the factory would work out to our consultants, because they had to see, because the town must have asked us for how much water and the other requirements we may have for that plant, not just water, hydro as well, noise as well. I think there was a study our team was working on. So to summarize, we're not producing pulp. We're basically buying the pulp roll. So it comes in as a cartridge, and all we do is we convert that from the big roll into paper napkins or paper towel and stuff like that, and it would just box it. So it's basically cutting the paper. There's no water needed, absolutely no water needed. I've been in the factory in Italy myself a couple of years ago. I checked it out. There was no water required. Other than having the normal water requirements for any office or industrial use and washrooms and stuff, but there's no, so it's basically taking in a cartridge with a big roll of paper, and we're just cutting the paper to the different sizes and thickness that we need, and we pack it up in the boxes, and then we ship it from there. And also that facility will also be used for storage purposes. We have our storage units in Markham, which we are going to relocate it into Dundalk. The idea was to bring everything all together so we can create more jobs as well in the community, and then we have everything centralized. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
And yeah, thank you for reminding me about that, because I know you said
Yes.
it's bamboo bulk and
Yes,
all
sir.
that. So thank you for that clarification. With that being said, at full production, how many local people do you think would be hired? Except for the engineers that might have to come from somewhere else. or whatever.
Right. So we anticipate between 20 to 50 people between full and part-time positions we will be needing. And we're still exploring that of how to do. We are also thinking about having our delivery to go out from Dundalk. So if that happens, we may even need more people. We may even need more van drivers who can do the deliveries for us. So we're still exploring, but our goal would be to add as many jobs as we can, because that would just not support our home sales, and but it would also support the community. So that's the idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One more bit.
Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Shakir. Quick question. Why do we have to wait until the homes are completed before the parks or any green space?
So when we start the site servicing, site alteration works on the site, it's an open field. We have to strip the topsoil first, and then we have to level the ground. Then we have to bring in the pipes. Then we have to build the roads. And if we start building the parks before we build the homes, the parks are going to be completely destroyed, because on the construction site, it's very difficult to manage and to protect and to save the parkland. But the best way is, as soon as the homes are built, we should be building the park. And if you see, it's a large community. In some areas, you go on the top of Edgewood Green side, if you see those park areas are already built. I was there on the weekend as well, and people were sitting there and kids were walking around. So that area is working. As you move on to the south, those are not fully built. Those are the ones we're working on. So I apologize for the inconvenience and for the delay, but that's how the progression is. Like, we have to wait for the site to be finished. We have to wait for the big construction equipment and machines and big trusses and big lumber and big storage of the bricks. Everything has to be gone from the site before we can build the park, because also if the park was built, how kids are going to come when there's construction happening. So we have to wait for the homes to be built first.
I totally understand that, but I did not mean that the park was supposed to be built before the homes. I'm thinking like the homes are already there.
Yeah.
Because that's why I'm asking you to explain it, because I don't know if there's a difference, because I've purchased pre-construction home before and new
Yes.
home, and we had parks before all of the houses were completed. But I'm happy to see that some of it is coming in, but I can tell you, I live in the new subdivision, and Councilor Singh Soares can attest to this. The kids are playing in the street. They're on the road. 2 kids get hit by car because they're playing. And it would be nice to have, even on the older part, but I do notice that between Van Dusen and is it Stocklet, there was one there that it was fenced off. And kids were even going in there before the fence was moved. But yesterday I looked at it and I noticed that there's some work being done on it and it will be completed soon. But I'm still thinking this was about 2 years ago, and we want to live, work, and play. And I think all we're doing mostly now is just living. There was absolutely nowhere to play, and people are still driving back for their jobs in Brampton. But again, I'm happy to see that the real parks are coming in. And as I said, the kids are on the street, and the growth is there. There are a lot of people there in the new subdivision, and they're just on the street. Thank you.
No, Councillor, thank you for your comments. And that's the very reason I'm here in person, to hear from you, because you hear from the public and you see it, you live in the community. And I can assure you, we have been working on completing the parklands, and there's a lot of work which goes behind the scenes, and we're going to continue working. I've taken the note, and I will make sure that as fast as we can finish the parklands, we will do our very best to complete the parkland as fast as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Barb?
Thank you. Through you. Welcome. Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you again.
You.
I do have a couple of questions. To Councillor John's question, I was by one of the new parks. They had water hooked up to one of the houses. I hope they don't get the water bill for the new grass. It's looking good. Is it the new standard to just put one swing? And you may not be able to answer this question, but I just thought one swing in a park where you might have multiple kids and then they got to take turns on the swing. Great
Yes,
looking
if I was a kid,
playground
I
though.
wouldn't be happy with that. And if I would be living in that neighborhood, so I would defer that to Corey, but there's different parks being planned in the community. I know everybody's trying to have all the parks done very quickly, but it's a large size of a community and we have different park areas. There's going to be 2 soccer fields coming as well. So there's going to be different things for kids to do. It's not just going to be one parkette beside their home or close to their home. There's going to be different park areas, parkettes, swings, play structures, and once again, the soccer fields. And then on Glenelg community, there's going to be another parkette over there. So just, we need a little bit of more time just to come out and complete everything. And then we can assess if we needed another swing or slide or something. We're more than happy to work with the town with that, no issues. But just give us a little bit of more time just to finish what we have in the works. But once again, if it's needed and if the town staff thinks it's something should be added, we're more than happy to work with you guys on it.
Thanks. Again, the structure, the play structure looks amazing. Multiple slides, climbing apparatus, looks great. It struck me as odd that there was a swing and then there attached to it, it seemed, was a baby, a toddler swing. So, you can swing one. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Just thought that it could create what I want to swing. Anyway, I'll move on.
No point. I'm taking notes here.
Corey's taking notes, I think. It was just an observation.
No, thank you.
The school site, are we on, and maybe this is for staff and Flato or whomever, the school site in Glenelg Phase 3. Thank you for working with the school board on that. That was a really exciting announcement. We have a lot of work to do in just 3 years. Is it on track? Because when it was announced, it was an open field.
From our side, I can assure you that everything is on track. I remember our team had a meeting like a month ago with the school board, and now the engineers are working on the detailed design. Our draft plan just got approved. The appeal period just expired a few days ago, I think. And now we can officially start the engineering and we can officially go to market. So that's the next step now. So yes, we are working with them and we're going to continue working with them. And from our side, you will not see any delay. I can assure you of that.
Great. Thank you. Glad to hear that the Eco Park Highway 10 bypass will be started. Is that going to be before Ida Street development?
Timing, to be very honest, is going to be more or less, if you ask me, the town and Brittany would know and Corey would know more, but we are trying to get both of them going at the same time. Maybe Eco Parkway will happen first and maybe 2-3 months later, Ida will happen, depending on what other challenges or reports or studies may come our way. But so far, so good. Things are moving well. We're grateful to the town planning, engineering, and all the staff for working with us. And I'm in touch with the CAO, and we're going to continue working. Like from our side, we're moving. There's a lot of studies, lots of reports, a lot of things have to be done, and that's what we're working on. But we want to go as fast as we can. Like we would want to get those 2 subdivisions built ASAP. So from our side, like I said, there will be no delay.
That's good to hear. I'm sure Mayor Milne would be happy to see it in his lifetime. He's been working on it for I don't know, more than a decade. Jim? Yes. The entry-level townhomes, the back-to-backs.
Sorry, just wanted to, and sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that my hand is seen as well.
Yep, I see you there, Monica. You're next. I'm just waiting for Barb to finish up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask one more question and then I'll pause. The entry-level townhouses, when we were in negotiations with the MZO, you committed to multi-residential apartments. And my understanding was that you were, in your conversations, I think specifically to Councillor Shipston's questions and Councillor Rice's questions, that would be in the South MZO. I see you're looking at these back-to-back townhouses that look like they're 3-story, one room on every floor, and I don't see any multi-residential rentals. I don't see how these are, well, 3 stories. We need to plan for an aerial fire truck sooner than later. Can't keep relying on Shelburne to come to our rescue. You're building beautiful homes, but they're also bigger than 2.5 stories. So can you speak to the question about where the multi-residentials, instead of back-to-backs, why wouldn't we be looking at apartments?
Yes, so very good question. And I knew this back-to-back slide was going to confuse people, and I don't know why we left it in there. It was the back-to-back townhome was just to show that on other communities in Dundalk, that's something maybe we can look at and we can explore. And that was basically, that's something we have to work with the planning department. But to answer your question, yes, I made a commitment and we are doing the purpose-built rental in the Eco Park subdivision. It's shown on the slide. I don't know the slide number, but it's on the Eco Park development update slide. Yes. So right in the middle, which is Street B collector, just at the bottom right-hand corner, just a right, a little bit right, a little bit left, a little bit left. Stop. Yeah, right there. Yeah, yeah. So that's where the building is going to be going. Yeah, so that's where the purpose-built rental building is going to be going. So yes, we have it. We are going to be doing that. On top of that, I was saying we're looking into entry-level homes or starter homes or something different, because now the province is given the permission to have 3 dwelling units. So that, but still we have to work with your planning department on that. I just was exploring something and I wanted to bring it up to you. But yes, to answer your question, yes, we made a commitment and 100% we're going to honor by having the purpose-built rental building. Thank you, sir.
Monica?
Hi, yes, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Remtula. Thank you for being here with us
Morning,
today.
Councillor.
Good morning. So yeah, I think that just to echo some of my council members' questions and discussions, just to further unpack a little bit more, I did have also a few questions, but we can just share that out amongst each other. But with regards to the Parks and Recreation, I am happy to see that the parkettes and the parks have gone up to the point of Deputy Mayor and Councillor John. Yes, absolutely true. We had a lot of kids in the street. We had a lot of, people looking to do things. So it is really great to see the residents enjoying the parkette and the parks that have gone up. To Deputy Mayor's point, absolutely. I believe that there is room for improvement for the park, specifically with the one with the baby and the adult swing. It would be really great to have at least maybe like 4, smaller size swings for a younger age, like toddler, and then like 4 adult size. And that would really unpack and make that park really nice, and maybe just a few more benches for sitting. Just to that point further, is there any plans to expand the scope to include a larger park with more facilities? I know we've been talking about water, but just to kind of put it out there, something along the lines of possibly a splash pad. A lot of residents are using Shelburne and other local municipality, their splash pads. Would there be a possibility to have something a little bit more elaborate down the road? And what would be like the approximate time frame? And I know that's not something that you may be able to answer specifically, but to get some of that going, because that would help to answer a problem of having people traveling and trying to find recreation things to do. Councillor Rice and myself are both on the Recreation Committee, so that is a specific area of interest as well from that aspect as well. So, and we're answering people in the residents in the community for that. So that was just one of my questions specific to the parks.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. So I've taken notes and we're going back to our team. I'm gonna say it one more time that the parks, the planned parks which are approved, we are working on them. And they are being built as we speak. We're gonna see how fast we can get them done. We're gonna sit down, we're gonna have a meeting with our consultants and see if we can add some swings and maybe some benches. And we'll see if a splash pad can be added, but splash pad, I think we'll have to have a discussion with the planning and engineering department as well. It's not something I guess I can just say, yes, we'll do it. But even adding benches and swings, that's something has to go through the approval process. So I think I can make a commitment today that yes, we're gonna have a meeting and we're gonna see what we can do, and we're gonna come back with some ideas, and we'll see how we can improve the parks 100%.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Just follow up,
Monica,
Chair?
go ahead. Yep,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry, Mayor. Sorry.
Whatever.
No, just with regards to the development, when it comes to the what it made sense to me in my mind about the two dwelling unit is almost like a semi-detached in one kind of idea. That's how I'm trying to understand it, which is great because we need to have more solutions, whether or not that's something that's going to fly or not. Of course, you're going to do your research and everyone involved. I would like to just touch on the fact that, you know, the senior homes and the possibility for the affordable housing. It's really great if you could provide more details on how the 80-unit Edgewood Suite for adult lifestyle rental apartment have been received by the community. And are there any future plans for additional senior housing options or expansions in the area to meet increasing demand? As we know, addressing affordable housing is so important. And just wondering if you had any insight you could provide for that.
Thank you, Counselor. So purposeful rental is something that something actually new we started doing in this company, and our first project was Edgewood Suites in Dundalk. Based on that, we are now working on many other communities and other municipalities that we're focusing on working, and pretty soon we're going to be building there too, the same concept of Edgewood Suites as adult lifestyle buildings. We based on our internal study and based on our research, we know that we can justify at least one more purposeful rental building in the Eco Park development, 100%. That's something we can do. We have approved it. We're actually working on the designs and stuff. And maybe, we will also need another building, adult lifestyle, because based on the success of Edgewood Suites, I think we will need another building. And I'm going to remind Deputy Mayor Dubreen, that was her who actually planted the seed in my mind to do a rental building. Where the Edgewood Suites is built right now, we had draft plan approved large size lots backing onto the green ravine space. It was Councillor Dubreen at that time, and now she's a deputy mayor. She basically gave me the idea of exploring something and to help respond to the need of the residents of providing something for the adults. And we came up with this building. And at that time, I was sort of not sure what we were getting into and how we were going to be able to make it work. With the support of the town, we were able to get it built. And I can happily say that it's a very successful project. And maybe we'll need one more building in Dundalk. Purposeful rental for sure. And maybe another adult lifestyle building in Dundalk as well. So yes, we are looking into it. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Barb? And then Jason.
Thank you, through you. And while I would love to take full credit for the Edgewood Suites, it was our seniors advisory committee that prompted it. I might have pushed a little harder than others.
You did a great job.
But you've got it in almost every community that you're building.
Yes,
in now,
100%.
so.
100%.
One thing about the trails, I love the idea, and have advocated for it before, where we have benches, you can go for strolls and then have a sit down. You've got nice pergolas, you've got natural grasses. We haven't assumed those yet. They're not being being very well maintained, and there's a lot of, while you have natural plants and grasses, there's an awful lot of weeds. There's, what do you call it? What, Queen Anne's lace, there's ragweed, there's goldenrod, there's, it's overgrown, and people are sitting in, surrounded by weeds. The natural grasses look lovely, if it's maintained. So, until we assume those little areas, is Flato looking after them? Or could they
Yes.
maybe pay a little bit
yes,
more attention to them?
Yes, so I'm gonna be making phone calls on the way back, and we will work on it. And yes, we will maintain it until it's assumed by the township. And yes, we will make sure. I'm actually gonna call a site meeting in the next couple of days or so. I'm gonna go there with our team and see what needs to be cleaned up and what needs to be maintained, and 100%. And that was the purpose of me coming here in person, to understand and to hear comments from you, because we have had a very good communication, very good relationship with the Township of Southgate. And you have always expressed your concern, and you have seen from me and my team, we always have responded and worked together very well. And we have a great working relationship with your team, with your staff. And I'm in touch, like I said before, I'm in touch with the CEO, and you can ask her whenever she's called me. I've always responded right away. And we'll continue working, and yes, we will take care of the trails.
Thank you.
And clean
I
up the
have
weeds and
pictures
stuff.
if you want. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for your indulgence.
Yep, Jason.
I guess I'll piggyback off a couple of other counselors. That was one of my, I hear a lot, the parks. I don't think we have enough parks for the amount of houses that are there. As well as some of the properties that you own are not, being mowed and stuff, kept up to what they should look like. That was just a comment. Everybody else kind of touching that. I guess the next question is, for the bypass road. We've been waiting on this for a long, long time. It's, so I guess my question is, you had committed to half, was that right? Paying half? Or is it a certain, no, I'm just wondering if the time it's went on, has the cost increased a whole lot? Are you still committed to paying your share?
Yes.
Because that's going to help you and
Yes,
us for
yes,
sure.
sir. Yes,
So we're not set on a price. Are we still set on a price, or is it half of what it's going to cost now?
And the estimation was done by Triton Engineering, and the different parts of that whole development, that 100 acres, includes, not just the road, but the servicing.
Yes.
And the hydro, and certain elements are 33% town, 67% Flato, and certain elements are 50-50. That's all done in the purchase and sale agreement. There's a breakdown there, and we are starting to see some of those invoices coming through for the engineering side of things, and we have been cost sharing that to this point. But there definitely needs to be, we're moving forward now with Triton Engineering as well as Flato to determine what timing for different progress payments that will be coming forward. And we intend to start from the west side and start building that road next year. But budget is coming, and we'll definitely see some numbers in that budget.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up, I guess when we have you here in person, that's good. Nice to see you.
Yes,
Can you give us it's controversial, all the development. We know that it's been going on for years. Can you stand here and give us you're buying all these properties. We get it. We get you're a businessman. Can you give us a quick outlook? Like, do you want 2,000 homes in 5 years? I know it's hard to do the way the economy's turned down and everything, but we get the questions. Just like, it's hard for the resident or me even to see, okay, you've bought this, we're going to develop this phase. Can we just give a 5-minute what you're looking at in the next 5 years, say?
Right. So what we're looking to do, and what our plan is, to basically keep on working on the projects that we have shown to you, where we have the zoning approvals, where we have made the commitments. We're going to continue working with the staff. Like, for example, you asked about the Eco Park project. Our next step is to get the draft plan approved. As soon as the draft plan gets approved, we start the detailed engineering and we will build this Eco Parkway as fast as we can. So we are 100% committed and ready to go. As soon as the draft plan gets approved, we are going to get going. Like in the Glen Elk Phase 3, the school site, the draft plan appeal period just expired like maybe a week ago or so. We're working on the detailed design. We're going to come in for the site alteration permit and you will see machines over there soon. We're going to continue working on the sites that we have approvals for. We have not stopped. Economy has slowed down. I mean, it's not a secret. Mortgage interest rates have gone up. That part we cannot dictate, that nobody can control. Only God knows. But I think I just saw I think the interest rate just went down again by 0.25%. Hopefully that's going to be a positive thing towards the real estate market. But we are continuing to build. As you can see, even as we speak now, homes are being built. We're finishing up the landscaping. We're going to continue finishing up the parks. So our commitment in Dundalk is exactly the same. We have these 3 parcels on Ida, Eco Park, and on Glen Elk area, which goes up to Highway 10. We're going to keep on working on those. We're going to fulfill our commitments. We're going to keep on going. We're not going to stop. As far as the Ida Street connection, Eco Park connection is done. As soon as the draft plan gets approved, we're going to go ahead and build it. We're not going to wait for homes to be built or industrial stuff to be built, because without that road, nothing can happen. And I understand the town wants it to be done like yesterday, and the sooner we do it, it's going to be cheaper for us as well, just in case if the prices were to go up again. So we're fully committed. We have to get that Eco Parkway built. As far as the parkland is concerned, once again, the parkland may seem not enough right now, but once the 2 soccer fields are built, the entire trail system is built, then everybody will have something to do close to their home. So we have to just be a little bit more patient. And in the meantime, I've taken notes. I mean, if we can improve the park areas, which are great comments, and I'm grateful to the deputy mayor and to councillor who made these comments. Like, we're going to see if we can add more benches, more swings, and maybe a splash pad somewhere. If anything can be done, and we are going to work with the staff, and we're going to come back and we'll let you guys know. But 100% we're listening to you. We are working. We're going to continue working, and we're going to just finish on all the commitments we have, whether it's Eco Parkway, whether it's more purpose-built rental units, whether it's entry-level homes, whether it's park, whether it's more commercial space. I've heard all these comments. We're going to continue working. Believe me, when we came to Dundalk, it was so difficult to bring any major lenders to Dundalk to get any bank financing to do a project. Now we've been able to, thank God, we've been able to bring McDonald's on the site. When I went to the first lender, I was asked, is the McDonald's in town? I said, no. They said, how far is McDonald's? I said, roughly an hour away, because Shelburne didn't even have a McDonald's. He said, okay, then we cannot do your financing because it's too far away. I called the same gentleman and I said to him that we have a McDonald's now on our very site. And that gentleman is actually working on our financing now. So we've been working, we have been persistent, we have been confident on what we were working on. And with the support of the town and the council, we've been able to make progress. I think a lot of hard work has already been done, and now we're just at the point of just building and getting things done. And coming back to the presentation before us, like what Triton is doing, see, that's just like the background work which is happening, which lets us build and lets us plan and lets us do these things. So there's a lot of work which comes, which has to happen before we can build the homes. And all that work is happening behind the scenes. So I'm very grateful to be in Southgate, and happy to build in Dundalk. And we're going to continue working, and we're going to meet all the obligations and all the promises and all the commitments we have made. And I'm happy to answer any more questions.
I have 2 more questions. I have one from Monica and then Joan. So Monica, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And just 2 quick comments and a question. And so thank you for Councillor Rice's last question. That was actually where I was going, for understanding the long-term vision, 5 to 10 year over time. And just remembering that Flato, from my understanding before this council started, this has been a long project and journey, with Flato being one of the first major developers in Southgate. and bringing the journey along and seeing how things are coming to fruition. Just to touch on the school development, which was spoken about earlier. Very happy to hear that there's going to be like a green light, all three aspects that were required. So very excited about that. And I believe many residents, we as council have an answer to provide now. So thank you for that. With what you just mentioned in regards to McDonald's, that was my next question I wanted to ask about. What is the plan if there is one in play, which you just kind of touched on with the lender, and now that they have seen that McDonald's is here, there's some whispers, as you know, that always happen in development and other projects. What are the plans to attract more businesses like McDonald's to stimulate commercial growth, and how further can the township support this? We have an amazing economic development officer who has been doing great, amazing things. I'm just wondering, I'll put it out there, like, you know, some are saying there's a Walmart coming adjacent to the McDonald's, and then there's Costco might be coming. So I thought to maybe just ask that question, and I really appreciate if there's any light you can shed for that.
No, thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. And we have been working with, and we've been speaking with a lot of other major tenants. We haven't signed up anything yet. That's why I cannot confirm anything yet, but we have been speaking with a lot of people. And along working with the major tenants, we would also be inviting, and we would love to have the local community of Dundalk coming to us if they want to open up. I still believe there's a lot of room to open up local restaurants, maybe, you know, other convenience stores, maybe the local needs store, or maybe a dry cleaning. I don't know, but I think I'm not just saying dry cleaning, it's not economically that friendly, but I'm just saying things which people would need in the community. But we're talking to the major tenants right now. Just give us a little bit more time. We are working on different people. Once something is concrete, we will be more than happy to share it with you. If we can bring McDonald's, I'm sure we can bring more, and we will continue working. And if I need any help or support with the town, I'm, like I said a couple of times before, the CEO has been very supportive. She's been very helpful. She's a little bit too tough, but she's fair, so which is good. It's a pleasure working with her and her team. And if there's anything we need, for sure, we're going to reach out to her.
And just one quick thing. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick thing, just before it slips my mind. As we know, like, if there was any way possible to have some kind of like cobblestone area for the businesses, like a small street market type in downtown Dundalk. I don't know if Councillor John, she's in that area a lot too. I'm just thinking about something like Streetsville or these bread and honey kind of things. I just wanted to put it out there. If that was something that would ever be possible, I think it would be delightful, and that would attract business right into our downtown Dundalk area, that people won't keep driving by. Because if we build all the units on the Highway 10, which is amazing, and McDonald's, we also want people to make a left and come into our town. So if there was something like that, that would be a draw. That would be fantastic. So thank you, Mayor, for the indulgence and allowing me the opportunity to share that.
Yep. Thank you. Joan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shakir again. Telling us about the financing really helps, because at least now we have an understanding and an idea why this was taking so long, or why you could not do this. And Dina, thanks for touching on the timing process. But with all due respect, we have been very patient. We're still waiting, and we have been very patient. And as Councillor Singh Soares says, residents come to us and told us that they were told that there will be a Walmart and there will be a Costco and stuff like that. So people have been asking, but also, could you work in conjunction with Eco Park, like while we were building all these houses, because it's just homes and homes and homes. We really need jobs. So in conjunction, could you work together in putting up your, what's the name? Flat product plant,
yes,
conversion plant,
yes,
while doing that, while doing the homes. So at least we know we're living here, but we can also work here.
yes.
So it
that's a very good comment. But just to clarify one thing, I've never promised anybody that we're bringing Costco or Walmart. Just to, I would love to
around town.
I would love to bring them, but Maybe we will, but I haven't promised anybody. But 100% we're working with major tenants. I can confirm that we're working with major tenants right now. And as soon as we have something signed up, only then we can legally update everybody. But it's a good comment that we should update and we should let people know what's happening and the jobs will be created. 100%.
Thank you.
I agree
And
with you.
yeah, thank you. One more thing. I was looking forward to the strip plaza that was supposed to be there, that was promised. I even told my daughter, well, there's a strip plaza, you can open your store there. So I don't know what happened to that whole. We got the McDonald's.
So basically you were, Counselor, you were absolutely correct in there. We were hoping to have people come in within Dundalk. And initially we wanted to give some time to the Main Street people because we don't want to take all the jobs away from Main Street. So we wanted to wait for that. We wanted to respect and wanted to give enough time for the restaurants, for the businesses along Main Street. Then when we open up when we start the marketing for the commercial plaza along Highway 10, we didn't get any leases that we were able to sign, like any concrete tenants. Then McDonald's approached us. So we went with McDonald's. And the reason we went with McDonald's, because we had the site, which is on the street. We have this Eco Parkway approved where we are going to be doing that strip plaza. So it's not gone anywhere. It's just shifted a little bit south on that property. So yes, we're going to be doing it. And if somebody, if they're looking to lease space from us for the commercial plaza or commercial use, 100% tell them to reach out to us, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last question to Martin.
Yeah, just more, maybe a question to come out of a couple of comments. Shakira, the way you do your research, I have to tip my hat off to you, sir, because those buildings with the two doors and the room, the house above, a vertical semi, if you will.
Yes, sir.
I like the fact that you said they'll be interspersed here and there, and that will take away that NIMBYism.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people will not want 6 of those in a row.
Yes.
So in a way, that's the missing middle. And when it comes to Deputy Mayor's comment about what I was going to ask about the apartment buildings in the north and south MZO on Highway 10.
Yes.
Are you, because there is the missing middle, which Doug Ford does not like, but it's needed, would you be willing to do apartments and some triplexes in that area? Because you yourself said, both virtually and in person, that if anything like that is going to be going, it won't be in the development you're doing now, but along that corridor, because that's closest to transit. And you actually said that's where those people need to be and they need to live in that kind of housing. So would that be possible? Concept plans change. You just mentioned with the leasing, and glad to hear that's going to be south.
Yes. So
would that be something you'd be looking into as well?
So the answer is yes. And just to clarify what I was mentioning, the purpose-built rental building will be happening along Eco Parkway in that community, because we believe that it's going to be close to the bus route and it's going to be easier for people to commute. And then the home with 2 dwelling units, we're proposing that in our Glen Elk Phase 3, which we're going to be selling now. So we are doing both. So then is there any other type of unit that you're suggesting for us to explore?
Well, no, I was more talking about in the future, because there are 2 MZOs on
Yes.
Highway 10.
Yeah.
And they're not even in the planning phase yet, are they, per se? They're just
No, we are
concept
working on the
ideas?
draft plan on everything. Yes,
okay.
yes. So we are
No,
exploring these, even including, we're exploring the 4-story buildings, plus these homes with 2 dwelling units. We're exploring that on all the sites. This is not just for this site alone. We believe because it's happening now, so we can, and we had made a commitment to do 1 building at least in the Eco Parkway. So that's what we're doing. On top of that, if we can introduce either back-to-back units, or we can do a single detached dwelling with single home with 2 dwellings, we'll also do that in Eco Parkway and in Glen Elk. So as things are changing, market is changing, we're trying to do them now.
Yeah.
And we will do them in the next phases. Yes.
Okay.
Brittany, did you have something to add?
I would love to, this is a
Sure.
great conversation.
Sure. So just before I leave, just wanted to just say
You're
that.
not getting away yet.
Never easy for me.
Thank you very much, Mayor Melton and Council. I will be quick, I promise. I just wanted to make a couple of comments and really just applaud your team, and that includes Triton, who presented before us. I'm here today as an engineer at Crozier and Associates, who has had the pleasure of working with your team for the last decade through every project that was on the screen. However, my other hat that I wear is I am the president of the Georgian Triangle Development Institute, which is a community organization made up of all members of the development community in Southern Georgian Bay, very similar to BUILD in the GTA. And what we do is we work with municipalities that we have as our members through all kinds of issues that they're having to help them advance development, growth, concerns, struggles in the communities they're working with, etc. And I have to say that every single community that we work with in Southern Georgian Bay, which are very comparable to Southgate in terms of being outside the GTA, seeing rapid growth over the last couple of years through COVID, servicing has been their #1 challenge. It has been absolutely crippling in some municipalities in terms of the time it takes to bring servicing capacity online, the dollars that it costs that these municipalities just do not have. And it was so refreshing to sit through the presentation that Triton did right before us. This community has planned ahead. They've been proactive. They look at things from a big picture lens when they're doing infrastructure projects. Your staff work really hard to think ahead and put pieces in place to make it easier on existing residents, as well as work with developers to have growth pay for growth. And so I just want you guys to know that it's really impressive. And I don't know what secret formula Southgate has that all the other similar communities seem to struggle with, but you guys should be really proud of what you've accomplished and the tremendous work done by both Triton as well as your staff and council. I've worked with 3 different councils now, and everyone has had the same mindset of we're not going to take any shortcuts, but we're going to get it done and we're going to get it done properly. And I just wanted to applaud you all for that. It was to see your plan for the next 30 years with every step laid out and all of the roadblocks and pieces put together. It's really impressive. And if you do have any questions on any of the projects we talked about today, I'm happy to also chat further on those, but I think Shakira did a great job expressing it. Dundalk West, which was the first 60-unit subdivision in Edgewood Green that had the block that eventually became the Edgewood Suites as well as the municipal well, I think were the first project that we had together, and it had a lot of growing pains and it had a lot of new obstacles to face. But at the end of the day, it's something that I look back at with a huge amount of pride in my career. And I think that we're going to see all of these projects continue to build out and create great communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brittany. Boy, after that, we can call her a day. That sounded good. Thank you. You're right. I mean, we owe a lot. We stand on the shoulders of councils prior to us. We've done I think, as you expressed, a pretty good job here. And if you look at other municipalities and talk to other municipal politicians, you can see that we're not alone. Absolutely. Like you said, at the AMO conference, there was lots of discussion about infrastructure, and it wasn't just pipes in the ground. It's all the other infrastructure that comes with growth, education, healthcare, the list goes on and on and on. And we're hopeful that the province is listening, and, to some extent they are. We had the announcement from former Minister of Education, Lecce, who is now the Minister of Energy, of course, but that announcement was greeted very well. And others will come, I'm sure. So, Barb, go ahead.
I know you said last question.
Well, the day's wearing on here, and this is not the Flatto show, but it's turning into that. But go ahead.
Well, this may be a start for more frequent visits, so we have less questions.
Yes.
To the point of the school being well received, the announcement, we are hopeful that the medical center that you had a photo op with us in Premier Ford in 2021, hopefully they listened to our delegation at AMO a couple of weeks ago. We feel it is at risk. And I know that that is something that you did promise because you were there. And it was something that you would be able to advertise, medical center coming soon. Anything that you can do to help us in that regard is greatly appreciated, because I don't know how many calls I get. Where's the walk-in clinic? Well, we don't have a walk-in clinic. but we are hopeful and looking forward to that medical center that we all worked together on.
100%. 100%.
And I have one more about the Norm Jack Park. I would be remiss not to ask because we do get emails from the family. I know that it is in progress. The playground is there. There's a walkway out through a field. Do you have any plans for parking?
For parking?
For the Norm Jack Park? I know that it's in phase 10 and it was cut back in size because Hydro needed a booster station or some such other thing. And
So we do have parking shown on Colgan Crescent. There's a bunch of parking spots shown over there. Yeah.
thank you.
Very good.
Where
All
would
right.
I be without you?
Well, I'll give last word to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So once again, thank you, your worship, council members, staff, and for the public for listening. And I sincerely appreciate all the comments. These comments are healthy comments. They're good comments. And in my heart, I'm so dedicated and I love this community so much. I want to make sure everything is done perfectly. I'm going to go back and work on these comments. We are taking them very seriously. We're going to have a meeting with our team very soon. And I would just like to thank once again the staff, the team, and Triton. And based on all the approvals that we've got, there's a lot of study, there's a lot of infrastructure that has to be planned and has to be built. And with the help of Triton, we are very comfortable that the projects that we have approved, either we have infrastructure available or it's planned or being planned right now. So things are moving in the right direction. We're waiting for the good market to come, but we're not stopping. We have been able to complete over 750 homes. We've been able to complete the Adel Lifestyle building with 80 apartments. We've been able to work with the town to bring McDonald's on the site. And then the other infrastructure things, Mr. Mayor, like you were saying, the school, God willing, it's coming soon. The announcement is done, and God willing, the medical clinic as well. And then many more things to come, more commercial plazas to come. We're going to keep our focus on completing the parklands, delivering the Eco Parkway, and all the commitments that we have made. All the approvals that we have, there's a lot of work happening every single day. There's a lot goes on, which general public don't get to see for some time because we have to go through lots of studies, lots of engineering, lots of technical information. And Councillor Shipston, I can assure you, we're going to continue working on those purpose-built rental units, those multi-dwelling units. And if there's any other form of housing, we can find the missing middle. I agree with you, sir. And if there's anything, please reach out to me. We are 100% dedicated. We're going to continue working hard. We've been blessed with great team, and we're happy that we're working in the township of Southgate. And I'm gonna request to be here again in the next 2 or 3 months. I'm going to request for permission, and then I'm going to come and provide you more update. And if there's any other questions, I'm still here.
Very good. Thank you, sir. And
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you to Brittany, and thank you, Corey. And when I was just speaking there a minute ago, I should have mentioned, we also stand on the shoulders of our staff, present and past, and our consultants. They have all done a remarkable job.
Yes.
To get us to the point we are today. So
Yes.
thank you very much for your time, sir. We
you.
appreciate seeing all of you, and a safe journey home.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Chair, can
Okay.
I just make one quick comment? Sorry, just a super fast one.
Sure.
Thank you. Just to the point of Deputy Mayor, I'm so happy that she had mentioned the medical center, because just knowing that Flado's commitment to the 500,000 that was given to the hospital, Markdale Hospital, it's affected our community in such a positive way with not just the 500K, but everyone else who made that come to pass last year. It's really helped the community to have that first-rate 5-star hospital. And yes, if there was anything that can be done to push things along, as Deputy Mayor was just saying, and with the delegation that was done this year at AMO, it would be wonderful. Just wanted to put that part in there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much again. Why don't we recess for 5 minutes? Do we have a mover and seconder? All right, someone move. Jim, second. Martin? All those in favor to receive the delegation? That is carried. Thank you so much. Let's recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back 11:15. Are we ready to go back? Yes, we are. Monica is back. Well, let's get going here. We've still got a bit of agenda to go. Adoption of the minutes of the August 6th council and special council and closed session meeting as presented. And the minutes from the August 7th council and closed session meetings as presented. Someone care to move that, please? Jason and Joan, thank you very much. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Reports of municipal officers. Economic Development Officer Brenna Carroll has I guess a couple of reports. So the first one is regarding the renewal, the memorandum of understanding renewal, South Grey Chamber of Commerce. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, seconded by Joan. Thank you very much. Brenna, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. This report is to present the renewal of our MOU with the South Grey Chamber of Commerce. This South Grey Chamber is a joint effort between 4 municipalities, Chatsworth, Grey Highlands, West Grey, and Southgate. The 3 other municipalities did have an MOU for 4 years. However, Southgate's MOU, which started in 2023, was just a 1-year agreement, so we could kind of test out the waters of the chamber. And then, so currently we do not have an MOU. This would be from January 1st of this year until December 31st of 2026. And the reason why we've delayed so long in putting this in place is just so that we could complete our business retention and expansion, gather feedback from the businesses regarding multitude of issues, and then bring it back when we readjusted the MOU. So significant, there aren't significant changes, but we have taken some things out. We have kind of confirmed some things like ensuring that the Coffee with the Mayor event is a free event for businesses to attend. And then also putting together some stats that the chamber has to report to us every year. They did do some kind of reporting at the beginning of this year on their progress in 2023, but it was very general. And then these reporting measures that we're having them return to us before February 28th of each year would be Southgate specific. So how many of our businesses are enrolled in the chamber? How many businesses participate in chamber events? Because obviously, you know, even the chamber said times are tough for businesses. Some businesses can't afford the membership. So that's why we are supporting the chamber so that they can still participate in their events. And then also to measure how many of our Southgate members are on chamber leadership. So this just is to demonstrate how our Southgate members are influencing the decisions. And we do have several of those members, but the chamber would be required to report on that every year. And then in addition to the annual events, like the Kite Festival, which is a great event that draws people to our rural areas and is attended by like a lot of community members and people from afar. There's also long-term goals within this 3-year time period for tourism initiatives, particularly a website for the 4 South Grey municipalities that would draw visitors and tourists. So that's something that would be in the 3 years and not kind of an annual thing. So if there are any questions on this agreement, I'm open to them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenna. Any questions from council? Martin.
Brenna, it says the 10,000 will be paid out in the last quarter if all obligations are met. When you say when all obligations are met, it also means that they might not be met. So would that still have to be paid out or advanced into the first quarter of the next year to get all those reports that you just mentioned? And 3-year term, you mentioned it was for tourism projects that need that length of time. To reach out to Southgate businesses, is the 3-year idea also for the businesses? Or have you thought about that? Because I know for a fact, most businesses, if they don't survive the first 3 years, they're done. even before that. So is there a mechanism in place for Southgate businesses? And for 3 years, this is what we're gonna do for you, and are they using the system? Southgate businesses?
Thank you for the question, Counselor
Convoluted.
Tristan, and through you. I'm not sure I fully understand, but so 3 years, the $10,000 would be paid out every year following just fulfillment of especially those annual events. And then we would evaluate. Sometimes an event has to suddenly be canceled or for example, if the Kite Festival had to suddenly be canceled because of crazy weather or something like that, we would likely take that into consideration and still pay up the 10,000. That would just be if they didn't fulfill any of the obligations. But for example, this year, after the business awards and after they complete the Coffee with the Mayor event, then we'll kind of go ahead and pay that out. In regards to our businesses, you're right. Some businesses might be in it 1 year and not be in the next. Maybe they're struggling in their business. And that's why we're trying to view different statistics, not just how many members there are, because maybe one business went out of business, so they can't be a member anymore, or they can't afford the membership. So over the length of 3 years, just kind of measuring, at least are we gaining members by a few every year would be the goal.
Just to follow up then.
Go ahead,
Brenna.
Martin.
You mentioned the membership. How has it changed in the last couple of years? Like, what was it? I joined, and I think it was $130 or something. Is it more now to make it hard on people, or no?
No, thank you for the question. From my understanding, it's around the same amount. I think just some businesses, obviously times are tough, so they have to cut things in their budgets, and maybe $130 is something they have to cut. The membership in the new year, I think, was between 18 and 20 members, and that's just taking into consideration that technically Southgate has only had the chamber in Southgate for a year, so it's not bad. Some of those members actually were part of perhaps the West Grey Chamber or the Grey Highlands Chamber already. So our number is still relatively low, but that's why we also have the stat that we're asking them to report on of how many businesses participate in the event, because maybe they're not members, but they are participating, taking part in the Kite Festival as vendors, or participating in After 5 events. So that's another way to gauge the how it's benefiting our businesses.
Any other questions? Barb.
Thank you. Through you. Thank you, Brenna. To the point of the cost of membership, is there a benefit to a member who pays the membership in receiving discounted attendance or a discounted rate for a vendor booth at the Kite Festival? Or, are there those perks to membership other than just being a part of the South Grey Chamber of Commerce?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The benefits are, there's a lot of discounts related to ordering office supplies. They also have an insurance plan that's specific to business owners, so that would cover your staff. I believe there are slight discounts perhaps for booths. I don't have the exact numbers, but most of the benefits would be related to, your voting ability, your ability to have influence, like beyond the chamber board. Especially the other perks for businesses supplying support to their staff. It's really those things that are the benefits of membership. Thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, just a comment, piggybacking on Deputy Mayor. There are benefits. I joined mainly for the insurance. I wanted to see what it was. And like any insurance, it was well out of my reach for 1 or 2 employees. So that was the benefit that I was looking for. But the other benefit is that you can say you're part of it. It's more of an advertising thing. that you can be part of it. And if you spend $130 for a good, for an advertisement like that, it is money well spent. So yeah, there's surely benefits to it. So hopefully it'll keep moving in the next 3 years. Just a call.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question.
Oh, I would just like to
Oh.
add, sorry, I just wanted to add that in addition to some of the changes, we have also worked with the chamber and the other municipalities to ensure that for the business awards, any business can be nominated for the award. So not last year it was just chamber members, now any business, which is great for the reach and also for the money we're putting into it. All our businesses can benefit. Yes, that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the bylaw that will actually put the MOU into place. Brenda, do you have anything further to add on the bylaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing further to add.
Okay, very good. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, seconded by Barb. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, the second report from Brenna is the Dundalk Mural Installation and Festival Report. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, thank you. Second by Barb. Brenna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm really excited to present this report today. The township has been awarded a grant of $167,970. If I'm correct.
70, not 71.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. To be exact, to engage downtown Dundalk in a mural installation and festival at the end of September. At this moment, I'm still unable to say who the funder is, but hopefully within a few days, once the funder approves our media release, we'll be able to publicize who that funder is. So just to outline kind of the agreement of this, because it says it there, and then we can't really specify the agreement yet until we show the funder. But essentially, the agreement is for specific commercial areas within the downtown. So it has to be within downtown Dundalk. And it also, all the money has to be spent by December 31st, 2024, which we'll be able to do because of the time period of the festival. This festival is going to be run by Consultant Mural Roots, which is a company that has connections with mural artists across Ontario, and they can also consult communities and organize these kinds of large-scale festivals. We received over 60 applications for mural artists and have selected 10 to do mural installations in town. So we are now in the process of solidifying where the murals will go. And again, they have to be within the Dundalk downtown area. And the proposals were made and they reflect kind of the history and heritage of the area, the agricultural, manufacturing, our wetlands, just to name a few. Themes of the murals and their various themes, which I just said, sorry, styles of mural art. And also within this time period, so to benefit Southgate businesses across the board, they'll be able to run booths during the festival and engage in that way. So even though, and we have hired a local event planner who's really involved with home-based businesses out of Dundalk, who will work at recruiting some of those vendors. So the economic impact will be outside of the area, but the activation for the festival and installation has to take place within a specific geographic area to draw residents into those businesses, because that was one of the biggest feedbacks with our BRNE, was that we have so many new residents in the area, but a lot of them aren't connecting with those new businesses. And I will stop chatting now so you can ask questions about anything I may have forgotten to say. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Brenna. Joan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brenna, The artists, do they have to pay? Because I was looking at something that the event thing that was sent out and they have to pay to be a part of it?
Thank you for your question, and through you, the artists have to have insurance, I believe, covered, but they will be paid for the mural, and that will come out of the grant of 167,000. I believe it's 4,500 per mural, and that will include payment for the artists, the artwork leading up. They have to have a draft design in by the 9th, and then it has to be approved by the business owner, and the final draft by the 18th, I believe. And they will also have, under the grant funding, their accommodations covered. So the only thing they should have to cover is insurance.
Oh, thank you,
Thank
because
you.
I thought they had to pay. So I was like, so
That's
what
a good
is the
question.
funding for?
Yeah.
That's what I got from Rashid. I thought maybe I had it wrong. Thank you.
Mhm,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for.
And Martin,
Thanks, Brenna, for
Alright,
letting me be
and then
part of
Monica.
that, part of this process. It was informative and a lot of nice murals. A lot of them, they had their bios, and as far as insurance for the township, they're all height, most of them had their height certificate. So that's kind of backing onto the insurance thing. We had a chat. You said the arena wasn't in part of it. How far out? Is it the Foodland? Is that the limit of the downtown core?
Thank you. I can't recall exactly. In this grant applications, you did have to put all the addresses where the possible activation would take place, and it would say if that area was still within the eligible area. So I believe it was kind of out to Foodland. I believe the area with Memorial Park and the Herald was included as well. Yes, so we are able to paint on those buildings, but we do want to have it very specifically in the downtown to draw people there. So we don't want it to go too far out.
Yeah. And the pool house? I think we talked about that. Was that your
Yes.
potential? I know, but that makes a cluster in that part of town where businesses are though. So that's something to look at.
Thank you. Yes. So yes, the Memorial Park is included. So the pool house is there. I neglected to include this in the approval process, but I would like to add a motion so that we can approve potential murals on the library, which is township owned property, and potentially the pool house, although it would have to be done on panels, which is what the recreation manager informed me of, just because of the paint on that building could not sustain a mural over a 5-year period. So that's just if we do not have enough businesses that come forward with walls. So we'll have to vote on that today as well.
Monica.
Thank you, Chair. So exciting initiative, very, I think it's going to energize the community for sure. And just wanted to have just a comment and a question. Just really hoping that the murals that will be included will be very representative of different identities and backgrounds, from new to old. And so really excited to see what will be coming through that. Just for long-term mural maintenance, I just wanted to have an understanding of the long-term maintenance plans for the new murals, and how do we ensure that they are, remained in good condition. For example, the Allen Hilgendorf, they're kind of in poor condition. So is there a plan to restore or replace them that will fit into our overall revitalization plan and strategy for downtown Dundalk, in addition to the new murals going up? If that was touched on, forgive me, but if it wasn't, I was hoping if through you, Chair, if the EDO could maybe touch on that.
Brenna.
Thank you so much, Councillor Singh-Soares, and through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great question. I'm glad you reminded me of that because I forgot to say that in my preamble. But yes, as you indicated, we have 3 Allen Hilgendorf murals in downtown Dundalk. Unfortunately, Allen Hilgendorf passed away several years ago. Other municipalities throughout Grey Bruce that have Hilgendorf murals have updated and refresh those murals. So we will look at options for that, and those might have to come into consideration at a later date, as they would be quite costly just with the size of the murals. But we'll look at that, and we'll look at other future grant funding for that. But this, as part of the festival, we'll also do some engagement with the public to see what they're interested in those murals is. Do they want them taken down or covered up or refreshed? Just so what we decide to do is in line with what the public wants. Regarding these new murals coming in, because unless the council had any idea, I have not found any contracts regarding those old murals and, you know, the maintenance of them. The reason going through Mural Roots is really helpful is that they put together a contract that's signed by the wall owner, the township, and the artist to, you know, ensure those obligations around maintenance and repair are covered, and we understand who's responsible for those. So basically these murals, the artist commits to having them up for 5 years. And if we do want to do any repair in conjunction with the wall owner, those have to be made with the permission of the artist, so that, you know, for the artistic continuity, integrity of the artwork, so that they are in line with what the artist wants. So we would have to make those updates with the artist, but then also after a 5-year period, we can choose to, and the wall owner can choose to just cover them up or get rid of them. So that's the great thing about these contracts is we don't have to have these murals forever if the community and the wall owner don't want them. And then in regard to diversity, that's a great comment as well. We had a lot of artists from the city who really wanted to do the floral and fauna. And I felt like that maybe was because they just didn't want to offend us by putting people in. But that's also a reflection of our beautiful landscape here in Southgate. But a lot of our feedback to artists as we are selecting them this week will be to incorporate more people into some of those rural landscapes, and also to ensure that the representation of all our amazing community groups throughout the township are reflected in those murals as well.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Not seeing any further questions. We need an amendment
Yeah.
to reflect what Brenna was talking
So
about
the
there.
amendment would be, if someone would move it, that council approve placing murals for the installation and festival at the end of September on the library and the Dundalk Pool building in Memorial Park.
Okay. Jim will move, Barb will second. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor? That is carried. Now we're back to the original motion as amended. Any further discussion? Barb?
I just wanted to add to the great conversation on and this exciting initiative. Thank you, Brenna. The person, if anyone is looking to volunteer for that particular weekend, which is the 28th and 29th, Rasheen Oliver at simplyeleganteventtplanning.info@gmail.com. She is the event planner that is coordinating all of that. Thank you for giving me that information, Brenna.
Very good. Martin?
I just want to comment on the library. I just thought of it.
Thank you. What part, it's, the mural is going to be on the perfect spot for the library would be where the bus stop is. Would it be that side where the garden is? Is that the spot on the library you're looking at?
Thank you, Councillor Shipson. I would have to ask Lacey, who's on the line, but I'm not exactly sure if it was that side just because of where the windows are. These are 10 feet by 10 feet murals, so it might be better on another part of the library, but that could be discussion if Lacey would like to comment.
Lacey, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I don't have a specific area picked out, but like Brenna said, it will depend on the size. We do have a lot of windows in that front part and up the side of the street here. So it might be more at the back part of the library, but we do have a full sidewalk that goes around the building. So it's very accessible.
Very good. Thank you, Lacey, for that input. Any other questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Brenna, for those. Chief Administrative Officer Dina Lundy has a report here regarding the Township of Southgate 25th anniversary. It seems to have gone very quickly, 25 years, that's for sure. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, seconded by Martin. Thank you. Dina.
Thank you, Worship, through you. This is just a report to kind of introduce that the township is 25 years old next year, and to commemorate that, staff have been thinking about a number of things that we can do that are reflective of what we have as far as resources, but to make the best celebration we possibly can at the same time. So we've been looking to enter something into the budget in 2025 when we get to that process. And we're looking to also capitalize on some of the events that already currently happen every year in Southgate. The Kite Festival and some things like that, so that we could be present and show our 25-year pride. We're also looking to add a mayor's levy as an inaugural event in our 25th year, and continue that yearly. Recognize our volunteers and community volunteers and businesses as an appreciation barbecue, and add, like I say, some flavor to our current events. In addition, we want to start promoting the 25th anniversary with some merchandise, so that we can just kind of go throughout the community and bring in that 25-year pride of the township of Southgate. And in spirit of that, the staff thought it would be great to just go ahead and look at design of a logo, one that was very modern, but also played homage to our rural roots as well in our current logo. And that's what staff have gone forward to create. And I think that the reason that staff did that was because the township is really struggling with resources and the amount of work and time and effort that it takes to do some of the maybe community consultation, but also to ensure that the logo is very well suited for merchandise, embroidery, and screen printing and those things. But also to not engage a consultant that would take a lot of financial resources. This was done very quickly and very efficiently in-house, and I do have to say it looks great as well. So we just thought about being resourceful and not spending a lot of time with this and kind of putting our resources towards other priorities to make sure that, you know, we make the best of our 25th year, but put the resources where it matters most. So right now, this is just a introductory kind of report to show that staff have been thinking about it and planning forward, and hopefully further discussion in the budget and going forward and receiving some feedback and making some changes.
Excellent. Thank you, Dina. So to be clear, the motion asks that 25,000 be put in the budget for consideration. It's not actually approving the 25,000, right?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. Monica, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just before I ask my question, I just wanted to know, would it be appropriate to ask questions about what's being proposed, or are we just speaking about the financial part today? Because I had a suggestion, but I'm not sure if this is the right moment to do that.
Sorry, Councillor, through you,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor. Are you asking if you're able to provide feedback and ideas at this point? Certainly
Yes.
happy to take that. Yes, at this point,
Okay.
what I'm looking to do is put it into the budget as a discussion item, but get council thinking about, what we want to see for our 25th year celebrations. And staff have kind of brainstormed and gone through and put some things into this report, but certainly happy to take suggestions and recommendations at any point.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for the clarification, Dina. I just wanted to make sure. So just with that being said, I mean, I think it's a fantastic idea to have a celebration. 25 years, it is a generational moment. So I was going to just put it out there that perhaps there would be a benefit to having a small advisory group consisting of both longtime residents and newcomers to help guide the planning and execution of the 25th anniversary celebrations. This would possibly ensure that we would have a good range of perspectives in the process, reflecting the diversity of the township and involving local residents with historical ties to the community alongside new residents who bring fresh perspectives could help achieve a balance between honoring the rich history that we have here and embracing the future growth. So that's the other reason to have that kind of an exciting moment with this idea. And just wanted to know if that's just a suggestion, whether it's possible, feasible or not. I wanted to kind of put it out there. I also would help with the goal 9 of our strategic plan in terms of the priorities to fostering positive relationships between newcomer and longstanding residents. And that's exactly what our council looks like today. We have locals and then the newcomers here. So I think, great on staff and you, Dina, for suggesting such a great thing. So just having that, and just about the logo, I absolutely love it. So I just wanted to see what you think about that. And council, of course.
Thank you, Monica. Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that feedback and question. Certainly, it is something we can consider. The only caution I would have, and we certainly welcome engagement with the community. The caution I would have is the resources and time it takes to coordinate through a committee. It's certainly up to council if that's what you wish to do. The other caution is cost, because committees tend to, with this type of thing, don't really understand the cost, and it tends to kind of start skyrocketing. And I think we've seen some of that in the past. I've seen some of that in the past, but we're certainly open to ideas from the public. And I would just be concerned about our staff resources to be able to explore a number of different ideas that we may not have the time to do, but certainly open to any type of feedback that we could get.
Just a follow-up just to that, Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Absolutely, Dina. I completely agree. It's just, even if it's not a committee, maybe like a champion or something along that would kind of pull a bit of that involvement in the community. So just kind of putting on the table, and I'm sure with your looking through everything, seeing how things work, perhaps this could be a point of involvement to a certain level, whatever will work, feasibility wise. But thank you so much.
Certainly.
Very good. Thank you. Barb, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. I mean, there is always the option of a task force, which is time limited. They don't get paid. It's limited on council involvement. It actually is more about community than about council leading the charge or the discussion. I know that we had one for the Old Town Hall back in 2013. With regard to the motion, is the second clause is saying that we approve the anniversary logo. And while I commend staff, I'm not a big fan of the Southgate 25 across. For some reason, I don't see the leaves as being reflective of our logo, the tree, the thumbprint. And I keep looking at it and it just says Southgate. But that's just me. It's a visual thing. I do like the crest and the Southgate with the, well, you have 3 leaves and the 25. I really like those, but I would like to see our thumbprint incorporated in that, if at all possible, just to tie in our logo, because that logo was specifically chosen from a competition back in the day and is reflective of the three communities that it represents. So those would be my feedback. I would like to see another option, and if it doesn't work, if it doesn't look any better, or that was just my feedback. I love the idea that we're going to be celebrating our 25th anniversary and bringing the communities together. Look forward to getting staff's suggestions on what that looks like. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in, how do you want it split?
Like to separately on the logo. It's asking us to.
I know what it's asking. I'm wondering, do you want to make an amendment instead, or do you want to split it? Go ahead.
Perhaps I could amend the second clause to say, and consider options for the 25th anniversary logo, as opposed to approve it as it is sitting before us. This is the first time that we've actually seen it.
Is there a second for the notion to split it out? Okay, the amendment. Yeah, okay. So we're discussing and voting on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any? Jim, where did you vote? Okay, all right, that carries. All right, so the motion we're back to the original amendment, the original motion as amended. Any further discussion?
Just a
Jason?
quick question, Chair.
Yep.
Um,
Go ahead, Monica.
Sorry, just through you, Chair. Thank you so much to Dina. Just about the funding. Just wondering, was there any grant opportunities, perhaps from a provincial or cultural heritage funds to support this significant milestone? That was one question I wanted to ask.
Dina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Singh Soares. I have not come across any that would fit this particular project, but we certainly could keep looking for that. We do review whatever grants come forward, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Jason?
Just a comment, I guess I fully support it, celebrating on 25 years. I, with Barb, don't like the number one without the O in it anyway either, so that was just a comment. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on the amended motion? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Dina. Sure. Is there a seconder for that? Martin? All those in favor to go past noon? That is carried. Finance Department. I believe Kayla is with us. Is that Kayla's report? Yes, it is. Morning, Kayla. Almost afternoon. Thank you for being here. You have a report regarding the Wellington County Library Board agreement. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, thank you. Seconded by Jim. Kayla.
Hello, everyone. So this report is really something that has been done annually with Wellington County for the library board. We were just a little bit behind in getting the agreement done. And when we took a look at it, we realized that the amount per household has increased. So in the budget, it wasn't fully funded. So this report is to get that additional amount approved. And in addition to that, when we were reading through the legislation, we identified that council should be directing the library board to approve the agreement, and the agreement should be between the two boards. And I guess I'll take questions.
Okay, thank you, Kayla. Are there any questions? Martin?
This was some kind of oversight, I guess. My question is, would this, because it is the Library Act, do we have to look at the one with Melanchthon as well, Kayla?
I see Lacey's turning her camera on. I did work closely with her on this, so I'll let her answer that.
Lacey?
Martin, through you, there, we don't need to change anything with Wellington because that already is to the library board. So how the Public Library Act words it, if a municipality or township does not have a library board, council can work directly with another library board. But if you do have an established library board, it should be from board to board, not council.
Thank you, Lacey. And Lacey will know that this has been a long-standing debate back and forth, but I'm fine with it either way, as long as the library's functioning and is healthy, and it is, due to the hard work of our staff. Any other questions? Barb?
Through you and more likely to Lacey, thank you, Kayla, for the report. Having been on the library board and having followed along, the Southgate Library provides a lot of programming and events and works with the community. I know that I think if we were to extrapolate the cost per person versus per family, we're in about the same range as the Wellington North Library. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a term anyway. But I don't believe Wellington County provides the same level of grassroots programming that our library does. In your opinion, and certainly the Wellington County Library provides great value to our Southwest residents. Can you speak to the difference and how the costing that the agreement that we have with Wellington is per person versus per family, and how that costing kind of mirrors, or are we're in the same ballpark or not?
So I'm not sure I 100% understand the question, but I'm going to try to answer it. When it comes to Wellington, I would say that we do have a cheaper rate for them because we're not paying into, or they're not paying into a county system. Whereas for Wellington, Southgate is paying into a county system. So there's going to be more resources, there's going to be more books, there's going to be more funding in general. They're going to have a lot more access to different things than that what we can provide as a single branch library. In terms of the programming, yes, I think that's the benefit to having a local library as opposed to a county system, is sometimes we can be more responsive to that local level where we can provide that more individualized programming and be responsive to the community. Can we provide that type of level of service that side of the Southgate is used to? Not for the cost that you're currently paying to Wellington. If we were to open up another branch or some sort of satellite, it would likely cost Southgate more money to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yep, thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor? Okay.
Thank you, Lacey, for that. Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. That looks like lunch arriving, but we've got time to do another report. Maybe two. Maybe all of them, maybe. All right. Thank you, Kayla, very much for your report. Moving on to Public Works, we have Jim Ellis here. He's going to be talking to us about culvert replacements on Side Road 49, tender award recommendation. Someone care to move that, please?
Declare your interest on this one.
Okay, thank you. Jason has recused himself. Martin and Barb will second. Jim.
Yeah, so this was in the 2024 capital budget to replace culverts on 49 in preparation for next year to pave Side Road 49. Due to staffing constraints and timing, we feel we can't achieve this for this year and would still like to get it done. So we put it out for tender to see what we could fish and get, and we had a number of respondents, you can see, and quite a different price range. And the recommendation is to award it to Rice Construction Contracting. The they're new at some of this game. They've done driveway culvert installs. This isn't big culvert work. It's more smaller road diameter. We've had discussions with them on their timing windows and if they have enough time this year to accomplish it, and they believe they do. So the recommendation is to award to Rice.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim. Any questions? Martin?
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, there is a price difference. So will the same quality of culvert, like there's nothing changed as far as quality, amount of stone work to be done? It's just a cheaper price. There's no change in quality, or I imagine it's all the black culverts or the steel or
Jim?
There was specifications for the culverts. It's a mixture of CSP and plastic culverts. There are one culvert that's a little bit bigger size, but nothing that's not unmanageable. There's a couple of them that might take 2 or 3 days to accomplish, but they're basically 1-day installs and then pavement patches all at the end to seal them up for the winter.
Similar to what happened on 04, I imagine.
Yeah, it's just timing and we've got other work to do as well, so.
Yep, very good. Any other questions? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Jim. Senior Manager of Development and Community Services, Ken Melanson, is our next presenter. He has a report here on draft plan of subdivision extension, Edgewood Greens Phase 9. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, seconded by Monica. Thank you. Ken.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Council, or I should say good afternoon now, since it is 12:03. This report is relatively straightforward. As Council is aware, the County of Grey is the approval authority for subdivisions. Flato has requested, or the applicant, I should say, has requested an extension to their draft plan expiry date. They have requested that we seek your endorsement, although in my haste to write the report and reading the motion, I'm realizing that we've missed the motion that you actually endorse the request. I've tried to put it together, so I'm looking to our clerk to help me here. I'm not sure if it's okay the way the motion is written. I think it suits, but
I think it's fine. That this resolution be forwarded to the County of Grey endorsing the applicant request for extension.
then
I think
looks like
that's
I
fine.
wasn't in haste, so.
It's all good as far as I'm concerned. Any questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Ken. Staying with the planning department, we have a report and a bylaw here regarding zoning bylaw amendment C21-24 Tube Gate Incorporated. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, seconded by Joan. Victoria?
Yes,
Welcome.
it'll be me today, so.
Yes, that's excellent.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'll just jump in. So we have Tube Gate. The subject lands front onto Southgate Road 26 from Side Road 75 running south and east. It's about a 40-hectare irregularly shaped parcel. There's 2 barns and a shed that are currently on it as well. The proposed use is also compatible with surrounding land use. There's agricultural in nature and as well as some on-farm diversified use surrounding. As well, the site was created through a conveyance from the abutting neighbor or abutting owner to the southwest and a severance of a surplus farm residence to the northeast. So the applicant is proposing to add a residence and a small scale metal workshop as an on-farm diversified use. So it includes a 724.64 square meter metal workshop, 380 square meter outdoor storage, and 120 square meter covered storage, and a 25.27 square meter power room. And just to note, in the report, it says the figure for the rezoned area is 6,300. It should be noted it's 6,570 or 6,570 square meters. So that was an error in the report. So it's 6,570, which is located 15 meters from southwestern lot line, is again to note that error. And some comments, Bell Canada and Enbridge had no concerns. Grey County had no concerns
provided that D6 guidelines and MDS is met, which the applicant did provide MDS setbacks as well, or calculations. The Township Fire Department also included comments that they require a water reservoir and is currently being used to satisfy requirements for another property within the area. Township Public Works noted that safe access can be provided and it's a load restricted road, and they're asking that a commercial paved apron is required. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority also recommend the environmental protection zone be shown or shown in the township bylaw be updated to better reflect the site conditions. And it's not located within the SVCA approximate screening area, so it does not require a permit from the SVCA. And again, we received, after writing this report, there was a public comment received from Bill Nixon, who expressed that there was some speeding and heavy brake usage and recommended that the township consider some commuter routes and signage as well. And the applicant's proposed on-farm diversified use complies with the county and township official plans. And the proposed rezoning will regulate the size of the on-farm diversified use and limit associated storage. So staff recommend approval of the proposed rezoning, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions or discussion? Barb?
Through you, and thank you, Victoria. Thank you for adding the general public comments updated as a result of Bill Nixon's submission. I know that in our conversation at the planning meeting, we discussed, whether or not signage on our roadway was something that we wanted to pursue. But we also spoke about, instead of that, that the proponent, the applicant in this case, provide their signage at the entrance and exit of the on-farm diversified use to remind the delivery drivers to respect the speed and avoid the use of engine brakes, and that way it would be on their property and they would be required to maintain it. Is that something that we can include in these conditions?
Through you, Mayor Milne, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I do remember Jim speaking to, if you were to include a lot of signs like that on-farm diversified use, there would be a lot of signs along the roadway. So I don't think it's something that we have typically ever asked for these on-farm diversified use.
It isn't something that we've typically asked for, and it wouldn't be on our roadways. It would be on their property at their entrance and exits. And it's not something that we can't start asking for if the community is finding the use of engine brakes and, traffic generally speeding. It would, they're not the only ones who use the road. Their delivery truck drivers are not the only ones speeding down our roadway. There's a lot of commuter traffic as well. So I respect that. But as a courtesy and good business practice, ensuring that their drivers are reminded of respecting the community. That would be my suggestion. And I believe Ken might have a response to that, and Bill just turned his camera on.
I thought Jim was jumping in first.
Who wants to take a run at that?
Maybe I'll let Mr. White jump in first. I wanted to look up something.
Bill, good to see you. Welcome.
Hello.
If you have something to add, by all means, jump in.
Through you, Mayor Milne, I think the signage is a good idea. I think we could best accomplish that through the site plan process. And these are all subject to site plan control, and we can ensure those signs are put in at that time. I'm not entirely sure what they might be worded, but we can work on that with Public Works Manager and with the Manager of Community Development.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
I guess, okay, Jim, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a comment on the about the engine brakes. That is a factory braking device, and by putting that up, you're not in a residential area, and you're asking people to not use full braking device, and it can leave for, like, chances are it wouldn't be a problem, but you're asking people not to use their full ability for braking and that. So just my comment on that. I'm not a big fan of those signs as a driver myself, so you want to have your full options.
Yep. Thank you, Jim. Jason?
I guess I don't think it's something we're gonna have to have one on the building out here then for the trucks. Like it's just gonna snowball to me. We've got the traffic laws now. I think if Jim feels we should put one up on a road, the odd place, but other than that, I wouldn't be asking the business. Every business is gonna have to have one because everything comes in on a truck, so.
Jim?
Just on further review after that meeting, it was noted that we do have a truck turning sign up in that area because of the hill further west. So we can leave the one in place and we can maybe move the one truck turning sign down, but to put them at every entrance is, like I say, it's an asset that that we take over, and then we're responsible for reflectivity on it annually. And when they fail, we have to replace them. So it becomes very costly. So engine brakes, we do have them in the odd place. We had a request around Swinton Park for them. We put that to the proponent to install. So there are different situations, but I think this one is manageable at this point in time. So.
Thanks, Jim. Ken?
Yes, through your worship, it's important to recognize that we're at a rezoning stage. And one of the things that's not enabled in the Southgate official plan is the provision in the Planning Act that allows for council to impose conditions on a rezoning. That is something that can be done, but only if your official plan enables that and you provide direction in your official plan of what conditions you're considering. We don't have that policy provision set out. So right now, the question before you is simply, do you want to rezone or don't you? If council wants staff to look into this matter, we're happy to do that. I think we don't have a problem with looking at any anything that council asks us to do. I'm getting two different sides to the issue. So the one thing that council should understand with the site planning process is that it's very regimented, meaning the site plan is, does it meet the bylaw or doesn't it? And there isn't any provisions in the zoning bylaw related to site signage for speed or things like that. So we'll take it back if that's what council's direction wishes to be. And we can certainly look at it, as Mr. White mentioned, through the site planning process, but it wouldn't be a condition of the rezoning because that's not something that we can do unless we enable those provisions in our official plan, which we can also do through an OP amendment.
Thank you. Barb?
So let me clarify. I wasn't asking for signs on our roads that we would assume is an asset. I wasn't asking, I asked whether or not it would be appropriate at this time, and it was answered that it would be at the site plan stage, not as part of the zoning amendment or an official plan amendment. With regard to educating their own drivers, so whether we include it or not, it's a question as to whether or not it's something we would want to impose on a non-farm diversified use, just as the fire department has imposed a water reservoir if required, if deemed necessary. We impose other site plan conditions like tree buffers and things like that. I'm just asking to at least consider and respond to the individual's request to address the concerns of the community. We don't control speed. That is an enforcement issue, and that is going to be taken forward to, the police services board at some point when they meet, I suppose, or we could pick up the phone and ask the detachment commander to do a project. I'm not asking for us to reduce the speed. I'm not asking for any additional signs. All I asked was that it be considered as an education tool out of courtesy. And if it's not something that the planners through this process believe is necessary or that we don't have the ability to impose that, then that is an answer. That was all I was asking through you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ken.
No, I just wanted to thank the deputy mayor for the clarification. We can take that back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. All right. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. The bylaw, the corresponding bylaw for the same bylaw, zoning bylaw amendment for Tube Gate on Southgate Road 26 is there before you. Someone care to move that bylaw? Barb, seconded by Jim. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried.
There's just one more planning report and bylaw, if we could get through that.
Just one more? Just one more? Are you pressuring me here, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I am.
All right, very good then. Moving right along, lasting right along, we have another report here from the planning department regarding a holding removal on Flato Phase 11. Someone care to move that, please? Jim, thank you. Second by Martin. Who is going to be taking? Bill, the guy on the screen. There you go. Go ahead, Bill,
Hello.
please.
Hello again.
Yes.
Best for last.
Always.
We are in phase 11, and it was enjoyable to watch Mr. The Flato development presentation earlier on. This is a bylaw to remove a holding provision under the Planning Act. The township is required to give notice that council intends to pass a bylaw, but such a bylaw to remove a holding provision is not appealable except by the applicant if you don't remove the holding. The two conditions that were placed on the holding provision in this case were passing of a water and sewer allocation bylaw and execution of a subdivision agreement. Both those conditions have been met. The plan, trying to remember the number M. The plan is now registered for the lands, M16M-98. So all those lots are now separate and they can be sold. Removing the H is one step towards allowing building permits to be issued, subject to terms in the subdivision agreement and of course the building code requirements being met. Generally, the terms in the subdivision agreement relate to how far along water and sewer and roads are constructed. And so our recommendation to you is that you adopt the holding bylaw removal to allow this to proceed to development. And I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Concise as always. Is there any questions? Barb.
Just one quick question through you, Mayor Milne. Phase 11 and phase 9 we've already dealt with to a degree. Does this move along the block 10 for the Norm Jack Park? By removing the holding symbol, Flato will be able to start getting building permits and start working on phase 11. Does phase 10 play into this at all? Or free up opportunity?
Right. Only the areas in the map shown in orange and yellow is the holding provision removed. To the degree he talked about getting houses built before he did further parks, I guess it helps that along to some degree. But no, this only pertains to the yellow and red areas on the map. That's attachment 1.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any other questions or discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the related bylaw to actually do the removal of the holding. Someone care to move the bylaw, please? Jim, seconded by Joan. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Want me to keep going? Let's keep going.
I mean, we're if we at least did the regular business.
Yeah, let's
consent, that's
finish
holding
the
up,
regular business. Let's do
our
that.
Fire chief and our public.
We
Works
have no
committee.
bylaws and motions. Is there a notice of motion? Not seeing any. Consigned items there for the regular business. Does anybody want any of those removed for further discussion? Not seeing any. Would someone care to move approval of those items? Jim, seconded by Jason. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Correspondence for information resolved. Does anybody wish any of those removed? Barb?
I'll be pulling 11.2.1 for further direction.
Okay. Would someone care to move approval of those items, save and accept 11.2.1? Joan, thank you. Seconded by Monica, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Resolutions from other municipalities for information? Not yet. Does anyone like to pull any of those items? Joan? Okay. What's any other requests? So that just leaves the one. Someone move to approve that one. Barb and Jim, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, coming back to 11.2.1. Barb?
Thank you, Mayor Milne, and through you, I want to thank the clerk for reminding me of this item in the last meeting. And I am proposing, I believe you have the motion, that we receive the AMO correspondence, OMA resolution campaign, SALC regulations and advocacy updates for information, and that council support the resolution as provided in that correspondence, which is about the joint resolution campaign on physician shortage.
So you're moving that motion?
I'm moving that motion.
Very good. Is there a seconder? Jim, thank you. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, I have a question for you. This item we have already received on another agenda, correct?
Yeah, it was part of consent.
Correct, yeah.
What are the implications of doing this again, bringing this back?
We only received it for information that time.
But we've already dealt with the motion.
We have,
Mhm.
yeah.
Are there any implications for doing this?
It is kind of out of turn, yes, but I will admit that, but I don't believe there's any implication.
Okay, very good. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to 11.3.1. Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am pulling item 11.3.1, no more resolution. So support for Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. As it is there, I don't think I need to read everything.
No? You're moving that motion for support?
Yeah.
Very good. Is there a seconder for that? Martin, thank you. Any discussion? Joan?
Because of immigrants and not just immigrants, Northern Ontario and farmers and getting farm workers. And when we went to the farmers conference, we heard of the farmers complaining about, oh, they can't get workers and they don't get them on time. The crops are not being done on time. So I wish to move this so we can get some support through the government.
Very good. Thank you. Any further discussion? Martin?
I think it's an important thing not to cut. It should be kept at the same level or expanded.
Yeah.
We came over from England and we had the fortune that we were sponsored by family. These people, they're not, so they need some kind of backup and space and need access to work. So I think it's a good thing overall.
Very good.
Especially when they need that many, just in Northern Ontario alone to keep economy viable up there. So.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Joan. County report. Oh, we have no closed session for the items just listed. County report. you have anything, Barb?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So through you, we haven't met actually since the beginning of August, but we did attend the AMO conference, and the county delegated on their own, but also in collaboration with neighboring counties to the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Rural Affairs. I believe they were very well received, and I really appreciated the opportunity to meet with MPP Lisa Thompson in her new capacity as the Minister of Rural Affairs. We're hoping that, as you said, and as Mayor Eccles had said in the delegation, that we're looking to her as our champion for our rural health and our rural residents. So I thought that the delegations went quite well. Rockwood Terrace development is advancing, and progress can be viewed on the county website under the Government tab, Special Projects. It's quite neat to watch how it's progressing. And the good news is that Dufferin County has come to the table to provide funding to extend the GTR from Shelburne to that service to support our route to Orangeville.
Thank you, Barb. Any questions on any county items? No? All right. Good news and celebrations. Joan.
Two short ones because it is coming between us and lunch and
Yeah.
The Peace Committee and JCI will be recognized in National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th with a commemoration service at the Dundalk United Church. Elder Lenore Kiesig from Cape Crocker will be our guest speaker. She's a traditional Anishinaabe heritage storyteller, and that would be on September 30th at the Dundalk United Church. Also, what's her name again? I forgot her name, but she asked me to say this for her. The Old Durham Road Black Pointer Cemetery Annual Decoration Service will be on September 15, 2024, 2 p.m. at the Gray Road 14 in Durham Road B. Mrs. Norquay, yes, she asked me
Yes.
to. Yeah.
I was going to suggest it was Ally that let you know,
Yes.
but yeah, okay. Very
Right.
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
It will be at 2 p.m. And and we also have, in case it rains, we will go to the Grey Island Museum because that's what happened last year. We had to make a switch. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Joan. Did I see somebody else's hand up?
Just myself.
Monica, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mayor. So just along with everyone else, this being the first week of school for everyone, I just wanted to, just to say, wishing all the students, the teachers, parents, volunteers, fantastic start of the school year, and that wishing everyone great opportunities ahead to support one another, and just make sure to make this a year to remember, and remember road safety, mind all the buses, and just cooperatively work together to make sure we get our kids to and from school safely, and just an amazing time. I can't believe it's already been 2 years just being on council, and wishing everyone again. It's that time again. Time is flying. So that's all I wanted to share.
Very good. Thank you, Monica. Barb.
Through you, I wanted to just mention that this weekend is the Dundalk Fall Fair. It opens Friday evening, runs all day Saturday and Sunday. There's truck pulls and ATV rodeos, demolition derby. They are in need of volunteers. So if you have some time to spare Saturday or Sunday, it would be appreciated.
And who should they contact?
Any number of people. Donna Nichols, Jess Cook. Yeah, I think those are probably the two.
Andrea Riddell.
Yep, Andrea Riddell. I can provide contact information if anybody wants to reach out.
Andrea found me, so I'm sure she'll find the rest of you. All right. Very good. Thank you, everyone. So our next item is closed session. So why don't we recess for lunch? And then when we come back, we can move into closed session. So we'll recess for lunch. Thank you. I think we're good to bring the meeting back to order. We have a quorum, we have a clerk, we have. Oh, and no, that's good. You're fine there. We're ready. We're okay. All right. So we have a closed meeting. Be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at 12:55 in order to address matters relating to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, specifically ongoing litigation update, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, specifically sale of property update, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically an HR update, labor relations or employee negotiations, specifically risk mitigation, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically the CAO review, and all those required remain in attendance. Would someone care to move that, please? Barb, seconded by Martin. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. All right, we shall proceed into the conference room for the closed session. We're back in open order or open session again. I can report that we only discussed those items that were listed on the in-camera session. Or in-camera resolution rather. Confirming bylaw, someone, Barb, seconded by Jason, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. One final motion by Barb to adjourn, seconded by Jason. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.